Hello. Hello, hello. How is everyone doing today? I hope y'all are good. I found the glitched deer. I found the deer. I was looking in the wrong spot last time. And she also miraculously survived a emergency like hotfix. Everybody was so convinced that she was going to get fixed and removed on the hotfix, but she didn't. She survived. We love them. But yeah, for example, normally when there's an enemy around, like these deep eyes, it says level 50 because this is a level 50 area, along with the name. So this level 1 nameless deer is not supposed to be here. We don't really know why she's here. There are theories, but she is a mystery and we love her, and please don't ever remove her. They're going to eventually remove her, but it's fine. There's also another herd. Way the hecky over here. I just want to show off because the deer is good and fun. It's just always like fun to me, especially like how in like movies and stuff, whenever there's like people gaming or whatever, or they're supposed to be like, oh, like video games like make you violent, video gamers will like torture NPCs just because they can, blah blah blah, and it's like, yeah, sure, but we find glitched deer and we love them. There's a whole herd of glitched deer and everyone's just like, they're so good. We love the glitched deer. We love them. There is so much fan art for these nameless deer. But anyway, this is not the diversion I was talking about. No. There's one last diversion I want to do before I get back into main story. Namely, where is it? Here we go. Tales of the Dragon Song War, the paths we walk, the oaths we swear, the legacies we leave. Sharing triumphs and bearing burdens, the Warrior of Light embarks on a journey of reminiscence and recollection in a land that now heals from a long and bitter war. I believe we need to get to the Fortaunt Manor? Yeah. Welcome, Mistress Falcon. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yes, please. Hello, manservant. The paths we walk. Deep in thought, the house Fortaunt manservant reflects upon a day not so very long ago. It was pretty cold when you first came to our city, when I first stood waiting for you before the Ark of the Worthy. To think that was where it all began. How much has changed since that day? Forgive me, of late I've been studying the works of a Belladian poet king who wrote, "To ye who ask of things to come, give thought to what is past and gone." So rarely have we the luxury to reflect on the choices we have made, on how they have shaped our lives and the lives of others. Even I, a mere steward whose deeds would not merit a footnote in the annals of history, can see the value of this. I say this to you, Mistress Falcon, because Because as you move, so too does the world. Pray, spare a moment to contemplate your journey while you can. The road stretched on, obscured by an endless veil of snow. Somewhere in the white beyond stood the great iron gates, and on the other side a humble manservant who awaited the coming of 3 travelers. Us, Alphino, and Tataru. We were the 3 travelers. A warm welcome to you, Mistress Wiswalquin. To what do I owe the pleasure? I'm doing a reflecting journey. Retracing your steps from those first days in Ishgard. I see. Well, no one could begrudge you for indulging in a little nostalgia. I'm reminded of how much I owe to you and yours. Lest you forget, foreign merchants were subject to a frankly unreasonable level of scrutiny until relatively recently. Not so now, however. Now the goods from every corner of Eorzea flow into our markets. And that, my friend, is change we can all appreciate. Merchants of all nations speak a common tongue, and its words are coin. Needless to say, there is little profit to be had in prejudice, especially against those who have received the patronage of a count. Thus, when the wards of Halford arrived, she was glad to make their acquaintance. Then we go visit the tavern. Where Tataru practically lives. What'll it be then? Ale? Mulled wine? No, don't tell me. Tea! Nope, just reflecting. Oh, so it's to be memories then, is it? Now there's a better draught that'll leave you wanting. Assuming you can remember your own name, that is. Take your friend Tataru. One moment she's just another girl waiting on customers, clearing tables and so forth, and the next she's got a dozen admirers asking her every bloody night. And I'll be damned if I can remember how it happened. Oh, I was singing those stupid songs, dancing those daft dances. Though, to be honest, I think it was her stories that really won him over. Stories of a certain hero's grand adventures across Eorzea, all told with a flair that put a minstrel to shame. Who doesn't love a good hero's tale, am I right? Hells, we even got one about the man who built his tavern. Was one of the founding fathers of Ishgard, so it goes. Now, is the Enchiridion told it, besides Haldrath, the only knights who survived the battle with Nidhogg were the founders of the High Houses. Of course, these days, we all know a little better than to put too much stock in the words of the church, eh? Yeah, they kind of just say whatever the hell they want. But there's more to her tale than just words. There's a sword, too. One which has been passed down from proprietor to proprietor since before anyone can remember. She's a rusty old bugger, but if you look closely at her handle, you can just about make out an inscription. Brothers brave and true, live well, forgotten, and content. Men who forsook wealth and fame and chose the life of a humble tavern keeper. It's just a tale, of course, albeit a good one. As for the truth, who can say, friend? Who can say? We kinda can. He knew everyone's story, though he would never share his own. An optimist, he wanted to believe the best in people. Sometimes that faith would be rewarded, other times betrayed. But he would listen, regardless, and he would hope. To Cloud Top, my beloved. There you are. Mrs. Falquin, I was but this moment thinking of you. I had hoped to speak with you at Sir Amaric's investiture, but circumstances conspired to prevent me from attending. Mayhap you will allow me to say now what I could not say then. On behalf of House Hallionart and all of Ishgard, I offer unto you my deepest and most humble thanks. You risked your life to stand against our sworn enemy and freed us from a millennium of torment. Though we can never hope to repay you, we will ever remember you and your deeds, that our children and their children's children might know the woman who they owe their lives. You don't have to thank us, we're okay. I concede that the grand investiture would have been a more fitting occasion for such words, but I could not risk them being left unspoken. What brings you this way? As you can see, Camp Cloudtop remains much the same as it did during the war, though we need no longer watch the skies for Dravanian outflyers. Though we no longer need to watch the skies for Dravanian outflyers, the Vanu Vanu have proven themselves similarly worthy of our attention. Oh, goddammit, hey you two. I say, old girl, you have the most uncanny ability to appear whenever I least expect you. I could say the same about you. But enough of that about that. Au revoir? Yes, my lord. Lady Laniette, I am pleased to report that we have succeeded in infiltrating Vundu territory. There have been observed beastmen harvesting crystals at several different sites. Based on the volume of crystals acquired during our periods of... I can't fucking read, it's starting early today. Based on the volume of crystals acquired during our periods of surveillance, I have prepared an estimate of how much time I believe it would take the Vundu to gather sufficient crystals for another summoning. I have also taken the liberty of drafting several proposals outlining how the Rose Knights might prevent such an eventuality, such as raiding these sites and securing their stores, as well as a detailed assessment of the risks involved should you choose to proceed. Damn, kid, you're doing all the work? By the Fury, I gathered you were clever, but I was not aware that you were capable of this. With respect, you were wasted on your master. Hard-working, full of potential. I think there's a place for you here with the Rose Knights, if you would have it. Just steal them away. That you would even consider taking me into your service is a tremendous honor, my lady, and if I were free to do so, I would gladly accept. But I am pledged to another, as you well know. Regrettable, but understandable. I take comfort in the fact that a youth of your talent and character will never want for opportunities. You got a friend in this, kid. Pledged to another? Oh, you rascal. I saw you whispering in young Solid's ear the other day. You certainly wasted no time in wooing our newest maid. There'll be no secrets between us. You must tell me everything. Where have you been sneaking off to together and what adventures you've been having? Every little detail. And don't you dare leave anything out. Okay, he's not entirely grown, but he's getting there, maybe, kind of. I am sure he will not. In any event, you have jointly exceeded my expectations. I grant you leave to return to the city. Should the need arise, I shall call upon you again. Thank you, my lady. I believe we shall do as you suggest. Until we meet again, Mistress with Falkland. Kid's a little, like, savant at strategy. I imagine he kind of has to be, Amandaline's keeper. Not so fast. The next airship isn't due for another hour, and we have so much to talk about. Au revoir. Au revoir. For all the lady's disdain, it was an old familiar dance. To her, Lord Amandalane would always be the boy fumbling for a compliment. And perhaps there was comfort in that. A memory of home on the bleak frontier. Yeah, because no one likes being here. And neither do I. I'm leaving. Goodbye. If I never have to go back to the Sea of Clouds, it'll be too soon. Hey, Redwald, how you doing? 1,000 pardons, Mistress Falcon. Had I known that you were planning to pay us a visit, I would have seen that you received a proper reception. A feast, perhaps, or at least a formal welcome with the men in full dress. We don't need it. We're good. Thank you, though. Yeah, no, especially not me. Now you have more than earned it. No, only look to the pilgrims who come in their droves to pray before the relief to see the truth of that. Some abide in silence, while others shed tears. Not for sorrow, you understand, but for joy. Joy at being released from Nidhogg's torment. I still think it's really funny that you guys just co-opted a heretic symbol and nobody seems to care, but sure. Sir Redwald, the shipment has been unloaded and the quartermaster confirms that all supplies are accounted for. Mistress Falcon, are you here on official business? Nope, just taking a trip down memory lane. A journey to remember and reflect. Aye, much has changed since we first came here together. Since I abandoned you to follow the heretic's trail alone. Come, my lord, perhaps you recall this survivor whom you carried back to the Falcon's Nest that day? Well, his wife but recently gave birth to their first child. Is that so? Well, maybe I should pay him a visit. Though he would doubtless be honored, my lord, you need not put yourself to such trouble. Your responsibilities as Count surely leave little enough time as it is. Think not on that. I am still me and you are still you. Whatever our respective titles, I would speak to you as a friend. This preoccupation with position and power has so no end of discourse between our two houses, to the great detriment of our nation. 'Tis especially galling when one considers that much of what we have achieved was by virtue of our blood and not our character. So call me Count if you must, but know that I take no pride in it. Mayhap one day, when I have earned it, I will, but not today. So are you, like, gonna go visit that guy, or...? Still himself, is he? That's what it looks like. An honorable man, mindful of tradition, he was loath to accept the assistance of a foreigner in exile. But when forced to confront bitter truths, he would look within and found himself wanting. Pride be damned, then, if it led one astray. He would set aside his prejudices and join hands with this gifted outcast for the greater good of Ishgard. And good for him. Call that growth. We call that character development. And right after this, we had to do a fight for Tataru and Alphino because they were accused of being heretics. Why is, like, Flames music, like Robon theme playing? 2 foreign heretics against two knights of the Heavensward. Under the watchful gaze of the Fury, they would fight, and the winner's claims would be proven true. It was the opening gambit of a greater game whose stakes would remain unknown for some time. Merton next. Ah, yes, I believe we met the Pope after this. Hey, Mike Sill, welcome, welcome. Your mistress was Falcon, if I'm not mistaken. I am she. We have met, though I am sure you do not remember. 'Twas seeming a lifetime ago when you answered the Archbishop's summons. I often come here to reflect on all that has come to pass. And when I saw you gazing at the Holy Vault, I thought perhaps you had too. You turned our world upside down, everything we held dear, for change, for the truth. They say it had to be done, that His Grace sought godhood. If so, then perhaps it was the Fury's will that you prevail. But to say it, to believe it, I know no man is without sin, but he was pious and humble and wholly devoted to the church and to his people. I knew him, miss, and he was a good man. Whatever else he may have been, I will remember him as a good man. I mean, probably, but he did try to become a fucking god. To walk the righteous path, to live for the sake of others, to rise to the highest station, yet remain powerless to bringing an end to your people's suffering. What price is salvation, then? What sacrifice beyond reason? For uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. Oh yeah, then we had to fucking come back to Limsa. Because then it was just like, oh hey, we need to go free Ralban, I think. Captain Wiswalgwin, this is most unexpected. Do you have business with the Admiral? I mean, I don't have to see her, I'm just retracing my steps. A journey of remembrance, you say? Well, far be it from me to deny you. And unannounced or not, I suspect the Admiral would be most displeased if she heard that I had turned you away. Thank the navigator. I had resigned myself to another day spent listening to my advisors prattle on about the beastman's latest movements. Come, Captain, tell me of your adventures. Oh yeah, because I'm part of the Maelstrom Grand Company, which is the one she leads. And so she actually recognizes my rank, which is fun. The Ishgardians sail on in uncharted waters. Though I hope these new reforms of theirs meet with no resistance. It would not be the first grand voyage to run afoul of the reefs that ere it properly began. But with Sir Aymeric at the helm, they may yet chart a course for generations to follow. Which is not to say that our own doesn't need correcting. The Alliance has grown complacent. The bloody nose you gave us at the melee showed me that. Nor have I forgotten the lessons of the banquet. Rest assured, we will root out any further turncoats before the dagger's at our back. You have my word on that, and on Lady Udagree's besides. Good. She had never been one to retreat, much less in the face of transparent theatrics. But this had been no ordinary battlefield, its rules of engagement anything but clear. So she would watch, and she would learn, and in time, she would act. Never again, Captain. Never again. It's actually kind of wild that I'm able to, like, explore this room a little bit, as tiny as it is. You're not normally allowed in here. I don't think you are, anyway. I've actually never tried. Alright. Hee, where are you? There you are. Mistress Frelona, is Autumn miss? Nope, just taking a journey of remembrance. I am both flattered and surprised that you should remember my small role in this tale, given the grandeur of your subsequent endeavors. Though I must confess to having derived some selfish pleasure from donning the garments of the shinobi once more, and I am honored to have been able to assist in freeing General Raban from his captivity. And I believe I speak for all my countrymen when I say that we are most grateful to have been granted the opportunity to contribute to the restoration of the Scions. Much has changed, it is true, and it may never be as it once was. But in watching you and yours rise from the ashes and rebuild, I'm reminded that we must never give in to despair, for there is always something which may yet be saved. The oaths we swear. Prevention was ever better than cure, as Higiri knows only too well. Will you be traveling to Odan next? If so, I would ask a favor of you. I prepared a special unguent? What? Ooh. A what? Hang on, I'm looking it up. Unguent? A soft, greasy, or viscous substance used as ointment or for lubrication. Sure. To aid in General Raban's rehabilitation. Injuries such as his must be tended to daily, even long after they've healed. Need only deliver it to this man, Commander Swift. He will see that the Flame General receives it. Yeah, pungent. Too older, too older. Aw. Santa Ganondorf is in here. Where'd he go? He's supposed to be on the ground here. Greetings, Renlona. What is it you have there? Dolmen Ungent. Containing a variety of ground herbs and natural oils, the recipe for this traditional medicine has been passed down for generations. Ungent? I was not aware of the general required such stuff. And one of our Dolmen friends actually made this for him, did she? Very well, I'll be sure to pass it on. Actually, wait here. We have just this moment concluded a meeting, and I expect he would be glad to speak with you before returning to the palace. So, Commander Swift tells me you came all this way to deliver Ungent? Yeah. I mean, kind of. I'm taking a, journey of remembrance and all that. Daily, she says. Well, mayhap it is best to be prudent. The gods alone know why you agreed to deliver it for her, though. Unless you mean to favor me with the rematch I requested. So soon? I think I'd still just kick your butt. I jest, lass. You are on a journey of reflection, are you not? I am our website as much, and now you want to relive the moment that you pulled me from that pit Elbert left me to rot. It shames me to think of it, that I was so blind to his hatred. Well, Larito tells me that it was not always so, that Ilbert admitted to him that he once believed that I would return to Alamigo at the head of an army. But years passed, and I did nothing. For my accomplishments, for my wealth, power, and influence, I did not to better the plight of my people. Not for lack of trying, but Ilbert didn't know. He thought the bull of Alamigo had grown fat and complacent, that my story set a bad example for our countrymen. Forget your homeland and chase the Odan dream. A fine, impossible dream which gave men the strength to endure their hardships and try to make new lives for themselves here. So the dream had to die. He would kill me, stir up the disillusion, to arm them at the monetarist expense, and then... Forgive me. The Scions paid the price of my failings. The gods know I've no shortage of debts to repay, of vows to keep and duties to discharge. But mark me well, lass, there will be a reckoning. Mayhap not today, mayhap not tomorrow, but a reckoning there will be. Hell yeah. A refugee of a fallen nation, he had risen from the depths of poverty to claim a seat on the syndicate. Yet, for all his great deeds, one was left undone. And like the sands through an hourglass, the years slipped away, taking with them an old friend's hope. Oh yeah, the mills, where we got the, chase after heretics. And eventually reunite with the Assail. But first, we pet the glitch deer. We must pay our respects to the... It is for good luck. But yeah, we don't really know why those glitch deer are here. We think it may be, So there's one limited job in the game at the moment, which is, Blue Mage. Limited jobs basically cannot be done in content normally. You have to, like, put on, like, special options to do it, and then you can't really do it with randos. And in one of the patches, upcoming patches, they are eventually going to add a second limited job of Beastmaster, where you're going to be able to tame wild enemies and like use them in battle. Our best guess to the glitched deer is that they are Beastmaster like NPCs, like mobs that accidentally got spawned in the game too early in an incomplete state, but we have no goddamn clue. By the Fury, is that you, Mistress Falquin? Forgive me, but what reason could you possibly have for returning to this godforsaken place? Journey of Remembrance. Mayhap it is fate which brings you here on this day of introspection and reflection. We are come to Gorgon Mills to accept the surrender of a half-dozen heretics who once fought for Lady Iceheart. If you're intending to visit the cellars, I would ask that you do nothing to unsettle them. Don't worry, we're nothing but pleasant. We can be a good host. Wait, I know you. You're at the amphitheater with the Dragon Slayer. Yeah, I don't mean any harm. I suppose we owe you an apology. When you came seeking us to parley, we were sure it was a scheme to lure out our lady. We were sure about a lot of things. When she first shared her revelation, when she told us that she was not Saint Shiva reborn, we assumed it was a test. For had we not prayed for salvation? Had she not descended to deliver us from evil? She replied that our prayers were but fuel for a fever dream, a construct born of desperation and denial. She was no savior, she said. But when we marched upon Ishgard regardless, she pulled us from the brink of oblivion and implored us to find another way. And here we are, ready to lay down our arms at last. It's time. She had considered you a friend. Had things had been different, mayhap we could have been friends too. Well, I miss you, Sail. Forsaken by gods and men, they found salvation in a revelation. They would take up arms against their own kind to set ancient wrongs to right. Cut out Ishgard's festering heart and the war would be over. This they knew, believed with all their being, until their savior told them their efforts would be for naught. Staircase. To the convictory. which was the first stop on the road trip that we had with Alphino, Estinian, and Ysayle. I want to say it was also around this time when Estinian taught Alphino how to make a fire. Well, if it isn't the great warrior of light herself, she who slew the dread warp Nidhogg, bringing an end to 1,000 years of war, and my very livelihood. Well, go on then, strike me down and finish the job. Stab me right in the heart. I'll even lend you my spear if you like. After all, I won't bloody be needing it. Tell me true, for a moment I had you fooled. Ye gods, as if I could hate the woman who rid us of Nidhogg. Oh, and lest you worry, that business about me losing my livelihood couldn't have been farther from the truth. As a point of fact, peace has been proving surprisingly lucrative. As our nation's ties with Helg's brood has grown stronger and our interests in Dravani have begun to expand, we have seen a marked increase in the number of travelers on the road. Needless to say, said travelers require protection, and which we are only too happy to provide. Granted, such works will not earn you a lordship like slaying a dragon might, but it pays well and is far less prone to end in incineration, which seems a reasonable enough compromise, all things considered. As long as there were wars to fight, there will be those who take up arms not out of hatred or even a sense of duty, but for want of better employment. When presented with an alternative, such individuals may gladly trade their swords for scythes, or, failing that, pledge them to a more worthy cause. And luckily, that means that they can be turned from their path fairly easily. Something matter, lass? Nath giving you trouble? Nope, just retracing my steps. Doing some introspection. A journey of remembrance, eh? God, it feels only like yesterday. Ysayle turned up in Tailfeather with you in tow. Back into our lives and gone all too soon. Did I ever tell you how we found her 5 years back? In a torpor, out in the woods all by her lonesome? Aye, well, we weren't about to leave her there, so we carried her back and tended to her until she woke up. Didn't say a word for days, Ysayle. Just sat there and stared up at the sky, as if the ground held nothing for her. And it didn't, we learned, when she finally spoke. Now you might think she's not one to smile, but if you had seen her in those years that followed... Then, one day, all of a sudden, she says she's got a truth that must be shared. Up and leaves for God knows where, and that was the last we'd heard of her. For a time. Redemption's not beyond us, friends. Come and hear the truth. Come and hear the Lady Iceheart speak. And they did. From far and wide, or so the story went. Some said there was nothing in it, but I knew. I knew. I think, Frelona, that deep down, most folk want to do right by themselves and by others. And when they try, oh, how they try. You do, certainly. And so did she. So did she. The legacies we leave. Martha Champ would see you on your way. Apologies. You came here to think on your own memories, not listen to mine. I take it the Nath are next. Right then, if we're to do this properly, you'll need to gather up your incentives, same as before. In case you've forgotten, that's a basket of fresh callum tree fruits, a good-sized jar of landtrap nectar, and a dirty, great cartload of young knackle flesh. Come on, lass, surely can't be that bloody daft. You're more than welcome in their village already. Safe travels. I mean, I could have done it. It would have been easy. We could just give presents to the ant people, why not? Tis the season.
Heck, there are dragons and gods. I bid you welcome. What could you ask of me this day? Once we would have had no concept of what you speak. The one man does not forget, but we do. It can be most distressing. To remember is not enough. One must strain and give words to memory, and inscribe words upon parchment. This is the Chronicle's calling. He wrote of how you came to Lost Athvath, how you left to sail Ravana, and how the young hunter trained with the old hunter while you were away. We shall treasure these memories, the history you have given us, and when the new Vath join us, we shall share it with them as well.
Bound no longer to the will of the many, they were now free to walk their own path. Thus reborn, we would write the first chapter of a new history to be passed on to future generations. And as their culture grew older and richer, so too would their story. Yeah, what the hell was that last line? And how the young hunter trained with the old hunter while you were away. That may be a reference to a series of side quests I didn't show off, where you can actually help the Vath like set up an adventurers guild of sorts and like help like trade with like their neighbors and stuff. See how like our society works a little bit, and then they like adapt what they like about it. As far as Allied Society quests go, those ones were like kind of fun. But let's go visit Vidofnir, who we are constantly like seeing, just like all the time lately. Friend of Ysael, warrior of warriors, thou art ever welcome in Annick's shrine. What bringeth thee to us this day? Introspection, remembrance. There is much wisdom to be gained from looking to the past, to walk half-remembered paths and mark anew their twists and turns. We too do this, though not through pilgrimage, nor less the written word of beloved of thy historians. In song do we preserve the deeds of our lost and chronicle the passing of ages. Naught hath grown greater power than to stir our hearts. 'Twas a dirge of profoundest sadness that roused Nidhogg's brew to action. A dirge which soundeth no more. Now a new song riseth to fill the void. One of hope rekindled, of war's end and peace rebirth. I shall sing of thee in Ysael ever after, that all may know and remember. In the chorus, the fallen could rise once more, for none are dead whose names yet echo in the heavens, and the song would not end until the last voice fell silent. Heroes and villains, sinners and saints, all would live again. Mogholm! But yeah, that's always an interesting concept of like someone doesn't truly die until they are forgotten. God, I forgot about all the different sizes of Moogles. Don't be too far away.
Oh, yank my palm and call me a molebat. I certainly wasn't expecting to see you today. Still calling yourself Frelona? Not that there's anything wrong with that, Capo. Anyway, what are you doing here?
Reflection.
Oh, thank heavens for that. I was sure you were going to ask my help for yet another one of your exciting quests. But by all means, we'd love to pass the time reminiscing about the good old days. And when better than now, Kupo? What with your friends visiting and all? Wait here and I'll fetch them.
Do you mean the Gridanians? Are they back? Full glad am I to see you again, Frelona, and in Mogholm of all places.
Kupo, it's really you, and just when we were about to leave.
I think it wonderful, this pilgrimage of yours. A final reflection upon the past, that you might face the future with eyes unclouded and a heart at peace. Few would deny that the events of recent days warrant such contemplation. When we last stood in this place, I dare say none among our number would have believed what was to follow, young Estinian least of all. Upon learning what befell him at Azi's Law, I confess I thought him lost. But when Master Alphino told me of your great struggle and of his salvation, I was reminded of your talent for the impossible. It's what we do, and hopefully it doesn't stop anytime soon.
If you ask me, he seemed altogether too stubborn to die, though I suppose it is no small feat to evict a spite-filled worm once it had made its home in one's head.
With Nidhogg's passing, the children of Ishgard and Dravania may at last look to the future. It is my hope, however, that they will not forget the deeds of history, nor the many thousands of lives lost in their conflict. For only through remembrance may they avoid the mistakes of the past. We thank you again for your hospitality, Chieftain Moglin, and pray that you will one day allow us to extend you the same courtesy. I wish you well on your journey, Frelona. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal.
Until we meet again, Kupo!
Even in the farthest reaches of distant, dangerous lands, one may chance upon a friendly face. Though given to mischief and largely unconcerned by the troubles of the outside world, they came to understand Ishgard's plight and agreed to lend their aid. Eventually, that is. Moogles be harsh taskmasters indeed. It's not that far, we can just keep flying. I was gonna say, I'm like, actually, would it be faster to teleport? If we're going to Zenith, but I guess this is fine. This works too. Oh yeah, this is where we had the campfire. The crackling warmth of Alphino's campfire, the savory waft of Ysael's bubbling stew, the soft snoring of Mogham, asleep on the grass. A cold wind blew that night as well, and on the morrow they mounted in the steps and blew the horn. But having climbed to the summit with hope in their hearts, they descended dejected, weighing down by truths too grim to contemplate. And then we learned Nanamo was awake, I believe. Eventually. There we go. Or not awake, but alive. We found the, cure for her. You there, over here, quickly! Me? Who? Oh, wait, no, that was Nanamo speaking, my bad. I should have known that you would see through my disguise, but enough talk. We cannot linger here, lest the guards recognize their Sultana. As you may have deduced, I was taking the air outside the palace when I saw you standing there, staring off into space. Have you something on your mind? I understand completely. So much has happened. So much has changed. And in all so short a space of time. Even now I struggle to make sense of it all. But one thing, at least, is abundantly clear. I owe you an immense debt of gratitude for all you have done on my behalf. And on behalf of those whom I hold dear. Anytime. After I awoke, Papa Sean told me everything. It was a lot to take in. But nothing could prepare me for what Lord Lolorito had to say. That ruthless, manipulative swine came before me and expressed regret for what had come to pass. And, thinking to make amends, offered all of Teleji Adeleji's assets, as well as half his own personal fortune to the crown. And I accepted. I mean, good, drain that man dry. Bring out every fucking thing he's worth. Long did I debate how best to use this wealth. There's no end to the troubles facing our nation and no shortage of worthwhile causes. Yet none among our people have suffered more than the refugees. It is they who shall be the first to receive aid and succor. There's also the matter of the terrible wrongs committed against you and yours, for which I am in large part responsible. Nay, do not protest. It is the truth. Accordingly, I have set aside monies to aid in the science rebuilding, if you would have them. Tatara would kill me if I said no. Although we are also supposed to be like a neutral faction. I don't really know if it's best if we take your money, actually. As much as Tatara would be like, how fucking dare you? I see. I trust you know that I would never presume to atone for my mistakes with money. I only wish to see it put to good use. Assuming you have no objections, I shall pledge the funds to the continued development of Revenant's Toll. Oh, listen to me. So much for enjoying a moment's respite outside the palace walls. It rather seems that if I have brought my responsibilities with me, I suppose I should return. Lady Lilira, you must come home at once. Father is worried sick, you know. Ah, confound it, you lot search this area. I know she came through here. On the other hand, it is essential that a ruler see firsthand how her subjects go about their daily lives, and I have not visited the market in weeks. 'Twould be ashamed to let this opportunity go to waste. Fernlona, might I impose upon you to have a brief yet cordial conversation with those Sultansworn? I leave the choice matter of subject up to you. Take care. I'll help you hide, don't you worry. Do we actually have to talk to the Sultansworn? We sure do. Oh, I beg your pardon, miss, but did you perchance see a young Lalafell and noblewoman pass this way? Nope. Are you certain? Oh dear. Master Papa Sean said this might happen, but I never truly believed he was serious. The triumphs we share. The Sultansworn elite sports a faintly troubled expression, as if straining to remember something important. Oh, wait, I know you. You're Fernlona. Fernlona was Falquin. Oh, what a stroke of luck. I can think of none better qualified to help us. You see, it is no near noblewoman that we seek. But Master Papa Sean was most explicit about the need for secrecy. Pray forget I mentioned it. We will find the we will find the lady on her own. All right, good luck. What cruel fate to lose her father as a child and to be compelled to rule in his stead, and how the years had tempered her dreams and taught her, sometimes brutally, the price of naivety. Though outwardly unscathed by her ordeal, it was a wiser and more wary Nanamo who reclaimed the throne. Geronimo is probably the leader that goes through, like, the most development. She gets so much tied to her, and you know what? Good for her.
There you are, Filona. Giddy told me of your pilgrimage. I knew it was only a matter of time before you sought me out. I too have been reflecting on the choices which shaped my path. When I took to the road with my grandfather, when I joined the Crystal Braves, when I tried and failed to warn you before the banquet. I had my suspicions about Willward's death, that it was the work of a Garlean spy within our ranks, but I could not be sure who was involved, hence my desire to speak with you in private. I had thought long and hard about how to approach you without arousing suspicion. Mayhap too long. Eventually, I decided to arrange a meeting through Mistress Momodi. Little did I know that bastard Laurentis had seen me do it. Shortly thereafter, the fourth received urgent summons. Needless to say, I had no choice but to answer, and soon found myself at the mercy of Captain Ilbord's band of traitors. They confined me to the Rising Stones, along with all others still loyal to the Scions. Real, Infamy, Ergmis. Quite what they'd planned to do with us, I couldn't say. Perhaps they thought we would turn, given time. Fools. Lieutenant Yuyuhase bid the third keep us under constant guard, but when Captain Ilbord moved to carry out General Wobon's execution, they were forced to withdraw all but a token force, which we took by surprise one night. And then it was all over. One might argue that it turned out better than it had any right to, all things considered. Still, there are nights when I lie awake wondering if I had done things differently, if I had been more careful or more decisive. What then? But there is not to be gained from us thinking thus. We must count our blessings, must we not? We are still here, and most of what was broken can be rebuilt. You will see, Filona. You will see. Hell yeah, I believe in you. For the freedom of all. It had begun with an oath and ended with a betrayal as conspirators turned on their comrades for coin and country. The good and true were beaten and imprisoned, or else butchered where they stood. Even in their darkest moments, they never stopped believing that the dawn's light would shine on again. Right, and then, we ran into, like, Sid and them, and they had finished repairing the mana cutters. But yeah, back when the, like, Crystal Braves were a thing and there was, like, talk of, like, oh, hey, there might be a traitor or a spy and implant in the Braves, Filona wanted to investigate, but because she was also newly, like, the Warrior of Light and, like, the Crystal Braves were so tied to the Scion, she was just like, I don't think it's going to be a good look if she, the Warrior of Light, is seen investigating, like, their own military thing that they, like, had all, like, started up, and so she didn't, like, she didn't look, like, super, like, closely, and so she also blames herself for, what happened with the Braves, because she's just like, damn it, if I just stuck to my gut, if I did investigate myself, maybe I could have stopped the Braves from imploding. Wait, hello there, Filona. Fancy meeting you here. Reminiscent about the glory days, eh? We spent many a sleepless night hammering away in the corner of ours. How's your mana cutter holding up, by the way? It's doing pretty good, even though I don't use it. Bah, that's good to hear. Not that I had any doubts. Or not that I had any doubts, like. Our craftsmanship's second to none. Quite right. It will take more than swirling winds and raging dragons to bring her down. And that, my friend, is an Ironworks guarantee. Speaking of which, on the back of the field's test success, we've gone ahead and licensed the design for mass production. Soon the Sky Steel manufactory will be turning out mana cutters by the dozen. Which is why we're here today, as a matter of fact, to make sure their machinists don't bugger anything up. They're learning, kinda, sorta.
Apparently, adventurers have been queuing up to place an order, and even some sky pirates. Just imagining the sea of clouds teeming with their creation fills me with a father's pride. All right then, that's enough patting ourselves on the back. We've got to make sure the cutters are up to snuff, or Jesse'll never let us hear the end of it. They're now totally finished. There's no more breaks, distractions, and not one wink of sleep. Did you hear me?
Heart trouble.
Well, we'll leave you to it. Next time, eh?
I don't know what the fuck this accent I've given Biggs is. Every time I voice him, it's slightly different. Despite the many hardships they had endured, or perhaps because of them, they greeted every new challenge with a smile. Their workshop, their battlefield, their tools, their weapons. They invariably rose to the occasion, delivering ingenious solutions to seemingly insoluble problems. And that's why we are forever grateful for the Ironworks.
And then to the far corner of this map. Because this map also isn't great.
But at least it's better than the Sea of Clouds. Because now we need to get to the little building where you can see Nidhogg's fuck-ass lair. There's the Airy. Through tempestuous winds, they carved a path, reaching the Dreadworm's sanctum, and there did they put him to the sword. Yet, in the wake of hard-fought victory, were secrets laid bare in a vision dark and disturbing. The legacy of the fathers, bequeathed to their sons and passed down through generations. Old blood enduring in the new, the mark of the original sin. Yeah, and we also learned, hey, the Ishgardians fucked everything up. It's their fault, actually. Who would have guessed? Man creating their own problems? Who knew? And there she is at last. Gibrallant said that you were wandering all over, reminiscing about days gone by. Seems a bit soon if you ask me. It's not like I don't understand, though. Some days I'll be walking through the broom, same as normal, and it'll hit me all of a sudden just how much has changed for us. Though I know it's a bit different from what you've been through.
But she in mind of the first time we saw her and her friends up near the Aetherite being shown around by that house for Tone Man.
Oh, you never told me you met before.
It weren't so much a meeting as a heckling, to be honest. When I heard their guide warning them off from paying a visit to the broom, it stuck in me craw. And you gotta admit that Master Alpha knows the spitting image of a snotty little lordling. I mean, yes, and he does deserve to be bullied, but also, how dare you? That's my son boy.
A little lordling that went on to fight 2 knights of the Heavensward with Felona here in a trial by combat, not to mention helping retake the vault from the true brothers. Fury had mercy. It feels like a bleeding lifetime ago, doesn't it?
'Cause it was. What we've got now is nothing like what came before. It's a blatant rebirth is what it is.
Cold comfort to the folk who died getting us here. Still, this piece is ours, and we owe it to ourselves to make the most of it. Meaning we've got to work twice as hard to make the broom a better place. And no more harassing blue bloods neither. Yay!
Aye aye! A world apart from the opulence of the pillars, they had toiled, shrouded in the haze of the broom. Sentenced to a life of hardship by birth, they dreamed of revolution as children dream of fairies. Then one came and went, and they suddenly found themselves with a seat at the table. We did go back here because we met the Vanu, where we also met the super obviously evil Emperor of Garlemald. Fucking vampire ass. And I mean the ugly vampire kind. What voice did I fucking give these guys? I don't remember.
How clouds part, and let shine upon brilliant sun upon Lonu Vanu. Great Netherling warrior returns to Okzundu, and on pilgrimage of remembrance. Well. We bid you warmest welcome, slayer of false gods and champion of fallen Gundu. Whose fledgling village continues to grow and prosper, now free from the shadow of Vundu oppression.
So yeah, just like with the Vath, the friendly Nath, the Gundu, the friendly Vundu are also a allied society quest where you like help them rebuild their little village. Which I can't really show off because there's no New Game Plus for it. Which makes sense because those are things that are meant to be done daily over the course of like a month and a half or so.
But Lonu Vanu was not one to forget Netherling's first coming, when she saves us from certain death at the hands of the Black Ones. Just in memory, though it is. Yes, her many deeds are the stuff of legends. We shall remember the stories, and the hero's name, Frelona was Falquin, for they are worthy of celebration now and ever.
An earnest, good-natured people, they had borne witness to the rage of their beloved god's twisted manifestation, and proclaimed it to be false. By the grace of the kind travelers were they duly delivered from its wrath. The mad god's death signaled the birth of a new hero. Yeah, then we got Y'shtola back. That's what came next. I don't remember why we decided to now take the diversion to go get Y'shtola, but I remember that we did do it after, the Sea of Clouds. Oh, right, I think we got, like, word from, like, old Daw that they were like, oh, yeah, hey, we, found Y'shtola's wand in the tunnels. Do you, like, want it? Or, like, something like that? Well met, Frelona. What brings you here at this night? Journey of remembrance. Indeed, though it seems an age, it was not all that long ago that we rescued Y'shtola from the life stream. How quickly we begin to forget even those memories most precious to us. In my defense, I might add that I had rarely missed an opportunity to make new memories with my sister in the days since her return. Our conversations are largely on matters of scientific and professional concern, ancient Allegan technologies, primals, Astians, and so forth. She has an insatiable thirst for knowledge, as you know. Yeah, and that's why Frelona and Y'shtola are friends. Same with Frelona and Urianger. Yet, while I understand her desire to not burden those around her with her troubles, and to carry on as she did before, I do worry that her willingness to manipulate her own ether to compensate for the loss of her sight may have dire repercussions. She never told you then.
but of course not, would rather have defeated the purpose. You should know that the technique that she employs places a tremendous strain on her body. She is, of course, well aware of her limits, and more than willing to ignore them should she deem it necessary. I pray you that she does not. I can only try. Regrettably, she wants to ignore my advice when it does not suit her. Yet, given your shared experiences, mayhap she will be more willing to heed your warnings. Her sister was under no illusions as to the dangers of the life she had chosen. Should the worst come to worst, Y'shtola would do what needed to be done. Pay any price, make any sacrifice, and that without hesitation. She was a woman of conviction, deserving of respect and admiration, and no small amount of worry. Boy, howdy do we worry about Y'shtola. And then snowflakes.
Why must governing Great Gobby Nation be so difficult? Like herding curls. Stupid curls with muchly differing views on glorious nation's future direction.
Hey, you're okay, you're okay. Just calm down.
Yes, Snowflakes knows he is letting emotions run wild. Uplander is welcome voice of reason. Not like when Uplanders first returned to Idleshire, yes? So much venom in that one's tongue flaps, calling Gobbyflock thieves. But Snowflakes saw a way to mutual understanding. Citizenship in society first step in strengthening communal ties. Gives all vested interest in continued prosperity of, egalitarian utopia.
Hell yeah, bud. For the final objective of this quest, you will receive no guidance from the journal or the duty list. You will need to read the text carefully and decipher the clues to determine your next course of action. The burdens we bear. Slowfix is a goblin beset by troubles great and small.
And now, Slowfix bids Uplanders fulfill civic duty as citizen of Idleshire with hand-lending of great import. In Cave Settlement lies Old Crone, wielder of powerful magics used to crafty make frogmen and that chase away curious gobbies. Uplander has made many busy deals with Old Crone, yes? Then Uplander can appeal to Crone's better nature and make her call up frogman harriers.
I don't know how much she'd appreciate being called an old crone, but I can try without just, telling her what you called her. Which I probably should if I want any chance that she accepts your proposal. God, I am so sleepy. Oh yeah, I guess I can confirm, there most likely will be a stream on Christmas Eve. I don't know if there will be streams that final week of December / the first couple of days of January, because I still don't know if we're traveling to visit family or not. And even if we are, if we are not traveling, I may just take that week off anyway, just to have a break. Undecided, but there will be a stream on Christmas Eve. Probably.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I'm well aware that you're only here because you want something, but at least you didn't bring your little friends. So, out with it.
The Gobbies of Idleshire want you to not harass them. Oh, is that what the goblins told you? That my servants were attacking their poor defenseless scouts without the slightest provocation? The little buggers were trying to eat them. They're lucky I didn't have my portagos return the favor, but you can tell them that if they try it again, I will personally feed them to my servants, one limb at a time. I do hope you didn't come all this way just to play errand girl for those dirty little scroungers. Nah, I'm also on a journey of remembrance and reflection.
Aren't you a bit young to be going on grand journeys of reflection?
You haven't lived long enough to have seen so many regrets. Yeah, about that. We've seen a lot in a short amount of time. The same goes for that boy complaining that things hadn't unfolded as he dreamed they would. It makes no difference what should have happened to Minfilia. What matters is what did. The past is the past, and no amount of wishing you'd done things differently will make it so. You make your choices and you do what needs to be done. That's it. That's the attitude you came here with the first time, and when you wanted to find a way to get to Aziz's Law, and you would do well to remember it. Right, then I think you've wasted enough of my time. It's bad enough that I have to stuff for Stola's unannounced visits. I don't need you making a bad habit of it, too. She was the sum of everything that had come before. Triumphs, failures, all essential, all indispensable. Had things unfolded differently, so too would she. What use, then, to mourn the woman who never was? There's only this time, this place, this choice. And then Aziz's Law. I wonder, will we get to see it? Maybe not. I want to say at a certain point in the story, after you finish the quest I'm at, there's a chance that when you come here to like the edge / entrance of Aziz's Law, there'll be a little bouquet of flowers on the edge. The same bouquet of flowers Estinian was seen holding at the very end of that cutscene when he's like leaving Ishgard after Aymeric flies away on a dragon. Because they're in memorial to Ysayle. Or maybe it's this quest that activates it. You spy something on the ground at the landing's edge. Okay, yeah, no, never mind. I spoke too soon. It's this quest that activates it. Probably. A bouquet of fresh Nemia lilies lies at your feet, an offering for the departed. Thousand fires blossomed around her as she fell towards the battleship, a crimson star shower amidst the impassive clouds. Then came the azure light, faint at first, soon blinding, then shattering, casting motes of diamond to the four winds. Those we have lost. For those we can yet save. Hell yeah. My sister's at the Dickens Fair and she's going to get some meat pies for us, and I'm just like, yes! Goodies! Treats and snacks! I mean, okay, I guess meat pies are a little bit more filling than treats and snacks, but you know what I mean. Oh God. Don't look at that. She's definitely here, don't worry about it. Child of man, chosen of Heidelin, naught remaineth for thee here save the delusions of the condemned. In my madness did I spy my departed brood brother in yonder skies, though I know it cannot be so. What sayest thou? My senses are yet mine own. Then, he whom I saw was but my dead brother's rancor clad in mortal flesh. Hell yeah, meat pies! And thou didst deliver him unto death's cold embrace. I bear thee no ill will, child, 'tis beyond me. All my hatreds are bound up in moments ephemeral and eternal. My beloved's pathing, and his resurrection. I am no better than Nidhogg, consumed by love, twisted by rage. I too sought vengeance without end. Oh, hi, Mitty! Yet thou hast since renounced it, hast thou not? Through millennia I have watched as time did that which I could not. As the men of Alag perished and their works fell to ruin, leaving me to think on mine own sins in solitude. What folly to despise man and his base desires, when hatred's hand so effortlessly drove me to take Ascian reed. Then look thou on him again with eyes unclouded, and mark how he laboreth to rise above his nature. How he and Hraesvelgur's brood now rise in their voices in shared song of peace. 'Tis my dearest hope that it shall prove the founding stone for a bulwark against the dark. As time delivered Alag unto its reward, so too will it prove this peace true or fleeting, as I remain here apart and watch. Chosen of Heidelin, it is will that thou came unto me in contemplation, but the road stretcheth ever on, and thy battle is not yet won. Perhaps there was hope for them. Perhaps this time they would learn and remember. But her part in the tale ended long ago. Within this monument to hubris would she remain until the end of days, beyond redemption. To the chemical facility. I'm going the wrong way. Dickens Fair is always fun, but you do really need to make sure you have a lot of, like, physical cash on you. Alright, here we are. Dungeon music. The Undying Ones were defiant, disbelieving, even as death embraced them. Then the knights too succumbed, loyal to the last to a cause long lost. His body growing light, the Archbishop looked upon the arbiter of his fate, and knew not what he saw. And then it was over. Naught remained save the eyes. Thinking to bear them away from the covetous hands of men, Estinian took the accursed baubles in his own, and was duly bent to their will, if only for a time. At friends' behest had they embarked upon their journey, and so, after triumphant homecoming and all the pomp and circumstance, there was but one way it could end. Pay respects to a friend, unable to open the map at this time. You have to figure it out. But if you've been paying attention to this quest, there's very clearly one lost friend we haven't really talked about much. One who has been very conspicuously missing from being even mentioned, really. And then here's like the friend. I'll let him do his thing. So you visit him still. He would be glad. Hey, Horsefant. And that little emote is what he would do. And after you complete this quest, you get to do it as a player. You have learned the emote, Horsefant. And with that, let's actually continue the main story, shall we? I do wish more of the expansions had a little, like, reflection thing, because it's nice to have, like, the little, like, recap of everything you've done. Heavensward Part 4. After 1,000 years of bloodshed and sorrow, the Shade of Nidhogg, Rage Incarnate, fell at last to the Warrior of Light. So it was that the Dragonsong War drew to a close, and the survivors, bloodied but unbowed, could begin to pick up the pieces. A new day dawns in Ishgard, and her champions may rest easy, if only for a moment, for every ending marks a new beginning. Where do we go? Right. Back to the manor! Promises kept. A new day dawns in Ishgard, and the House Fortomp Knight has tidings for you. Mistress Miss you are come at most excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that you had been present to receive it, but in any event,
Sir Emmerich de Borel, the Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of the House Borel, cordially invites Mistress Wiswalkwin to dine with him at his estate. Hey, we're finally having that dinner. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord had broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, but with the happy event of peace, 'tis plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? I would, but I haven't the foggiest of what to wear. Any thoughts? I mean, I could wear this. This is actually a pretty fancy getup, but it is armor. You would ask me? Well, I am sure that as a personal friend of Sir Emmerich, you were at liberty to wear whatever you deem appropriate. That said, when in doubt, a man of note could do far worse than an alpine coat. At least that is what Lord Manolane has been heard to say. I assume the holds true for ladies? When you are ready, pray report to the Astrologicum. A man of House Borel shall be waiting near there to escort you the rest of the way. Good question. Do I have anything that could maybe be a look? That's not just armor. I mean, the armor works. This is very, like, good armor. I need a fancy, but also cold resistant. Do I have anything like that? Hang the Okay, I do have an empty slot. Okay. Do I have anything? Yeah, the Tears of the Kingdom Frost outfit. There we go. That'll do it. That's not cold resistant. That's probably a little too casual. What is this thing? Nope. What that? It's a lot of exposed skin. This is a black mage coat, but it could work. Kind of. I don't think titties out is quite what we want. Got a lot of weird shit in here. I have so much weird shit in here. I don't know if that's fancy, though. That's a nice coat, and it looks fairly warm. We could maybe do that. No, no. What is like half of this shit? That's also like too much armor. Same with that. We do have the alpine coat, but I don't like how it looks.
This is what, the guy was talking about. And the game does provide you with this so that you have something, but I don't know. I don't like it. There we go. Let's just wear a fucking suit. That'll do it. How about whatever the fuck this thing is? Oh, so this thing... Maybe in a different color that would look okay, but it's very over top. Yeah! Okay, hang on. Where is that black mage? Yeah. Okay, the bottom's like kind of ripped, but we can make that work. We can make that work. Just need pants. That's not pants. Could double down on the skirt. I mean, we're at like a dinner, so who fucking cares? Probably shouldn't have anything that's like too glovey. Although we do have utensils, but you know, still. Yeah, I could just go for a bunch of like rings and stuff. Nope. Nope, that's not. Nope. Do we have anything good? Here we go, cat mittens. That'll do it. Cat paw mittens. Clearly this is the best thing to be eating food with. No, let's go with those. Let's go with those. And then shoes. We need good shoes, although we are wearing a skirt, so it also doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, you get little beans. Where's the 2B boots? God, that is a heel, but the 2B boots are also canonically dirty. I forgot the 2B boots are, like, officially dirty. Do we have any other heels? Of any kind? We have those. Those are clean. Fuck it. Let's do this. There we go. I forgot to take off my hat. There we go.
The hat!
And then let's also hide the weapon. There we go. There we go. Why am I teleporting? I don't need to teleport. I'm in Ishgard right now. I do not need to teleport. Where are we going? We're going over here. God, I am so glad for the glamour update and like you're able to wear any piece of gear with like anything else now. So long as it's, you know, your matching weapon types, because I'm just like, I can just fucking put on a black mage outfit even though I'm currently a dragoon. It's fine. Greetings and well met, Mistress Falquin. I have the honor and the privilege to serve as head steward of the House of Boreal. Though admittedly our staff is somewhat smaller than those of the other normal families, being countable in one hand. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a woman of action, such as yourselves, enjoy nary a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I am sure, but for this day we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. And I believe this is the first and only time we get to see inside of, Emmerich's house. Also, you see the fucking salad we're eating? That is landscape models being shrunk down to play the role of salad.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn.
See, look, these are mountains and then these are like trees or bushes. This is like a really like low poly, like distant, like LOD model for some landscape somewhere in the game. And we are just eating it like it's salad. I love that. This is such a fun use. To be like, oh shit, we need like some like greens on this plate, but we don't have anything for salad other than like a whole ass fucking cabbage. What do we do? And then someone's like, wait, I got an idea. It's so good. It's so good. Hey, Em, welcome. We're eating the earth. If you caught my little, explanation.
I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
Don't mind my weird high-tech ring. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I will not take any drinks. I am sorry. I trust you, Emmerich, but after everything I've been through, I cannot accept any drinks I don't see fucking the source. I have been poisoned too many fucking times and seen people around me get poisoned. I may have mentioned this, I forget, but yeah, after getting poisoned at the failed peace conference and also watching like, Nanamo.
I have lived in these lands my entire life. To hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
And watching Nanamo get poisoned in front of her, Forlona does not accept the drinks. She, one, didn't see it get poured, and like, she just is like very distressful. She's just like, if I take my eyes off of a drink for even a moment, I no longer trust it. Just like trust nothing. There's been too many poisonings around her. No, you didn't mean it this way, but there's a cat food brand. Yeah, Fancy Feast is a cat food brand here. Perhaps a bit long for my liking. Why not join me on the next? It wasn't all sunshine and lemon cakes. If you can step away, yeah, why not join me? We can have fun. He's so happy.
Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust. Alas, much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention. Someday, perhaps.
All right, that's fair.
By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform.
It is so clear from this angle that this is a piece of landscape. It is so clear from this angle.
The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you.
Anytime, bud. It's what we do.
May I ask a personal question?
Mayhaps. What is
Now that
it?
the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
First time we've been asked that in a while.
Lord Commander,
Not allowed to answer. We're not allowed to want for ourselves.
News from House Fulton.
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
Yeah, the peanut being the main character, but Cryos hurt!
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
But we haven't finished eating our landscape. There's mountain and trees that are still undevoured.
For every ending marks a new beginning. From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did she. Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause,
God, she's so
as
pretty.
if by fate.
You ever make a custom character in a video game and you're just like, God, I made like the hottest person. Because that is me with Frelona. I fucking take so many screenshots of her just like looking. Because I'm just like, she's so pretty. Welcome, Mrs. Falcon. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yes, please. Wait, no, not Kryl. I forgot.
Yes.
Is that...
I forgot this happened.
Alize, Alphinaud's twin sister.
We haven't seen her since we did the Coils of Bahamut back in A Realm Reborn.
She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder. 'Twas only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood.
Alice?
We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous.
They have to give this recap for anyone who didn't
For
do
all
the
our
Coils of
differences,
Bahamut.
She's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister.
Because if you didn't do Coils, the last time you saw her was that cutscene Alfredo just flashed back to, which was at the start, or at least near the beginning, of A Realm Reborn. So many players, may have forgotten Alice even existed.
To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphinaud. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Alphinaud, is the Warrior of Light, is she with you? Don't go, there is something I must say.
And also, hey, this is her new VA that she's going to have for the rest of the game. Bethan Walker, I believe is the name.
The Warriors of Darkness are in league with the Ascients. Slaughtering the Primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelphatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
You do that, Kraut. Or Tataru. Wrong Lalafell.
Master Thancred,
I have
I
Kraut
would
on the
ask
brain.
that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
But yay, Alice has finally returned to the narrative under dire circumstances, but she's back. Though it would seem the fates afforded us the time to share our long-delayed drink, 'twould seem the rest of my wine cellar will have to wait. As I am constantly reminded, there is no rest for the righteous. Or the main character. However much we may change and grow apart, some bonds are unbreakable. Surely they won't let her... Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his Chirurgeons. Did they not bring Estinian back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his side for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion we may have the power to influence? Yes, please. Shadows of the First. As Alphino and many others note all too well, there's no rest for the righteous. Yeah, Emmerich just said that. Thank you, Quest. So the Warriors of Darkness and the Asians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning, that they might put her to the sword. Then when we first encountered them in Lost Nath, when they were confronting Ravana, God, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphino? There's much more I do not understand, but I know this. A primal summoning cannot be ignored. Let's say risk her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Verlona, will you accompany me to Zelphatol and help me stop the Ixal's ritual? Of course! Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixal Helmland, we have vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We have been willing to suffer the Beastman's intrusions into Corthian lands to a point, but a summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. You shall have our fastest airship, Master Alphino. The remains of Zelphatol are not easily traversed. The mountains of Zelphatol are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Emmerich, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all, and Ixali dirigibles are not to be underestimated. Excuse me? No, experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zelphatol by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send in instructions for a contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure you safe passage through the mountains and escort you thence to the Zelphatol. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixal. And we should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmund. In the event Mistress Alice regains consciousness, we shall share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Of course! Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require at Camp Dragonhead. Don't you love spending like several minutes putting together an outfit you only need for like 5 minutes? I shall send word to the acting commander at Camp Dragonhead of your imminent arrival. Who knows, this may even spur me to nominate a permanent replacement. I put off the task for far too long. Because Horjafont was the previous head. Of Camp Dragonhead. That's why we met him. Have you everything you require then? Excellent. The entrance to the path is north of Nadaland and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it is normally guarded by a score of Ixali warriors, I have been informed that House Fortom Knights have already dispatched them. The enemy's gate lies open, we but need walk through. Nice! Less work for us. Always appreciated, given how much we do need to do. Beyond the scale lies the trail which will lead us into Zelphatol. According to my map, it looks to be a relatively straightforward route, albeit one through exceedingly dangerous territory. Mistress Spalquin, Master Alphino, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they are up to something, and we don't want anyone interfering. We stand ready to escort you to Zelphatol and aid you as you see fit. The enemy will be thick on the ground. Upon arriving, let us advance with care as we search for the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, we should only have to contend with the Ixal, but if they are not, we may be forced to do battle with the warriors of darkness. Zelphatol is now accessible. Let's go. Dungeons. Forced to flee the Black Shroud for fear of the elements and their boundless wrath, the Ixal settled the windswept mountains of Zelphatol more than 550 years ago. Since that day, they have labored tirelessly to eke out an existence in these harsh and unforgiving lands, slowly but surely expanding their dominion over the entire region. Yet the Ixal have never forgotten that which was once denied them, and so they seek divine intervention once more, to summon Garuda and beseech her strike down their enemies. In the shadow of the first mountain, the ritual nears completion, and only you and your comrades can hope to deliver the realm from destruction. So let's go! It's going to be us, some random House Fortomp Knight, Alphino, and some other Fortomp Banneret. Weird little slug things! And a giant frog! Yeah. This open? Rocks add to the danger.
Button! My combo is broken! You come here!
Did we? Okay, fine. We'll fight this thing one-on-one. Fine, you big babies. Don't want to move. Are you guys just like not dodging the falling rocks? What is wrong with you guys?
Stop it.
And then a rock lets us proceed. Because it manages to crush the gate for us. And then, yeah, a bunch of slugs and a giant frog.
you.
No, you don't. You don't use that ability. Because the frogs like to lick somebody with their tongue and pull that person towards them, which then stuns them for a little bit, as they then cast a big AoE around themselves. I may have pulled too many things. Oh god, that's a lot of things. Alright, Halfino, you're gonna have to do some work.
Away with you.
Alphino? Alphino. You gonna heal the poor fucking tank? Alphino, I swear to fucking God.
Taliak, protect me.
Hey, Alphino, you gonna res the tank? Thank you. God fucking damn it, Alphino. Anyway, our first boss. Nuzal Hulak. Hulak? Is that a balloon on his back? Be on guard for his attacks from above.
Fly from this sacred place, featherless ones will.
The tank will figure it out. Yeah, so eventually the boss will like lift itself up in the air and we can't attack it very well. We need to kill some ads, as we always often do. Specifically, we need to destroy the floating turret. And when it is ready to blast, we want to stand underneath the boss. Because if you do so, you uppercut his fucking balloon and bring him back down to the ground. Eventually, he will start summoning some air stones, which will like make him impervious to damage and stuff, and so you need to break them as fast as you can so that you can do damage to him again.
I have my pride.
Sir, do you mind not spinning? I'm trying to use my positionals on you. Stop, stop! His tactics were unique, to say the least. And onwards we go. Was I hearing an alarm? I mean, I guess maybe the will have an alarm. Just to be like, hey, we're being intruded! And now there's another Goobu. I don't know why the Birdmen have a gigantic-ass Goobu, but here we are. No, you don't. Right, and then we can keep going. Hello, losers. Oh god, there's a lot of you.
Alright, Tank, I'm believing in you. And Alphino. Alphino, do your fucking job. Okay, good. Alphino is remembering that he is the healer, and that he needs to help keep the tank alive. We take the key from whoever the last one you killed was, and we can go through. Okay, I guess I'll leave you idiots back here because you guys are afraid of elevators for some reason. Bye! And there they are.
They have little baby pigs I never noticed. Oh my god, look at them. Look at the baby pigs.
God, I love pigs and boars just so much. They're so cute. They got little babies. One thing about playing with NPCs is that, like, I can go at my own pace, and so sometimes I'm going to notice things in dungeons I don't normally do. Because whenever you play dungeons with random people, they're going to want to go zip zoom and just get, like, the dungeon with as fast as possible. I think I have that as a minion. I think I can walk around with a baby pig if I want. The second boss, the Toli Killock? Sillock? I don't know. Yeah, you would just Leroy Jenkins it, yeah. The problem is that because I'm playing with NPCs, I kind of have to take it slow because as you saw, hey, they're not very good at healing, especially if you do big pulls. Oh yeah, but okay, this boss will occasionally have big wind attacks that have a lot of knockback. You want to make sure you're standing in such a place that the knockback attacks send you into the fences and not the spikes. Fairly self-explanatory. Alright, 2 people will get marked with spreads. You want to stand somewhere away from your teammates, but also not having the little gates be in your little spread circle either, because those fences can and will break. And we don't want that to happen because we need those. He'll place some like tornadoes on some of the gates, so now the amount of safe places we have is less, but there's still some fences that are still around, so we are fine.
I have my pride.
Do you, Alphino? Do you have pride? You let the tank die. jingling in my ear when you walk. Who has armor that's jingle, jangle, jingle? Because I would like you to stop, I don't appreciate it. That's not the angle I was hoping that would go in, but oh well. Hello, little white mage. Thank you. Do you guys want to see a really jank animation? It's not even an animation, it's more like a pose. Watch this, watch this. None of us are holding on to the pole right. We'll have another opportunity to see it later. But it looks real fucking bad. Running to the side to activate more guys. Although actually maybe I shouldn't have done that because again, Alphino is a shitty healer. Of the healer. Okay, actually we're fine. Alright, then more guys on the opposite side. Oh yeah, two things. One, M, if you're still around, I got the package you sent. I have not opened it, but I put it under our tree because I'm assuming it's a Christmas present. Package has been received. And also again, of the jank animation. The fuck are we doing? The fuck are we doing? And also, Ghoul, the other day, I saw the, first two Ranma volumes in a bookstore, so I got them, and I read them, and I already like it. So now I can finally understand your fucking references.
Focus. Release.
I mean, ideally when I get, like, further in. Stop fighting the fucking bird! And attack the big guy, thank you. Join the Ranma Brainwatt, I sure will. Because yeah, I definitely want to get more of it. I enjoyed the first two volumes very much. That's a muscular bird, man. That's a very muscular bird, man. Been rereading Ranma on the ebook reader. Your partner and his parents got you for your birthday. Hell yeah! There's something about its like style of comedy that is like reminding me a lot of OG Dragon Ball. Like when Goku's like a kid. And then Bulma accidentally like runs him over with her car, and then when she realizes that Goku's fine, she's like, "What the fuck are you?" and starts shooting him with a gun. Once again, we want to spread out because we're going to get attacked by birds. Got danger puddles. Don't let him aim at your fellow teammates. Here's a stack. Group up to share the damage. Protect the boy. Yeah, that's brain wide. Upon a sliver of her glory, we now call. And so, yeah, he's going to actually summon Garuda mid-fight, who's going to create the Big Donut AoE, as well as a Cone AoE, and we have spreads, so we need to spread out very strategically. Once again, we gotta protect the boy. Come here. He's gonna summon Garuda again, who's once more gonna create AoE shapes that we need to like scatter ourselves through in such a way that we also don't overlap our spreads. Up before this guy finishes. I don't think I will. That's fine. Protect the boy! Simple. Provided Alphino remembers he's a healer. Like that. Are these any good for boots? Kinda. I could maybe make those work.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The Knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the Primal without us.
Hello, Warriors of Darkness. You also seem to have a new member.
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Just what is your game? Leading us a long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is
Tataru's
hopeless.
VA.
We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
Ma'am, I feel like your shirt needs more than one button.
Enough, Jarumal. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we?
Also, your shirt has like a
You've been
seam
awfully
along
busy since
your
you were kind enough to spare
spine.
your life.
How does your shirt work? Ma'am?
While you were idly consorting with the Asians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
Yes?
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Asians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
Can I say how much of a sucker I am for when... Normally fantasy does it, but like when any genre goes, hey, light is not inherently good. And they make light like a bad thing. I like it a lot.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking.
I feel like those would be very important questions.
You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
Well, mystery six
If there is
person.
aught you would say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
Well, that was weird. Also, one thing that is kind of fun about the Warriors of Darkness is if their appearance looks slightly familiar at all, they get their appearance from the characters that are supposed to represent the player characters in the Answers cinematic. When we're watching like the moon come crashing down and Bahamut breaks out, and then Louis Swall like shows up and starts teleporting the like adventurers out so that they don't have to be there as he like goes to summon Bahamut. The main adventurers you see fighting against the Garlean forces are those guys, or at least those guys take those the appearance. Like, they're not supposed to be the same character, they're just, again, stealing the appearance and design, and it's fun. Oh, so do I have a baby boar in here somewhere? I could have sworn I did. I have a baby behemoth. Weird tonberry thing. I have a buffalo calf. Don't they have a pig? I could have sworn I had a pig. There it is! Pig! I have baby pig! All things considered, we should be grateful to have survived the encounter. Do you think it could be true that to save their world, they must bring ruin to ours? No, it matters not, since wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever their reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. In their defense, we know that us and the Source can survive calamities. We've done so before. So, like, if their world is about to get destroyed and they figure merging theirs with ours is, yes, going to hurt ours, but ultimately ours will survive, I can see the logic in it. Of course, as somebody who's going to have to suffer through whatever the fuck the process of joining is, it's not great, but I can see the logic. Two sides of a coin. Alphado would like nothing more than to get out of the snow. Forgive me, this is neither the time nor place for idle introspection. The Knights can apprise Lord Edmund of our success, and we the Lord Commander. More importantly, I should like to see my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I will be at the congregation. We're back and we kicked the summoner's butt. It was fairly easy. Oh, there you are. Shall we make a report? It brings me joy to see you safely returned to us, Verlona. What news from Zelphatal? We have stopped the summoning, but we did also run into the Warriors of Darkness again. Then we were not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remain behind, Mistress Ristola has been tending to Mistress Alice in your absence, and I am pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She is a resilient one, much like her brother. Yeah, the twins are pretty strong for how young they are.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. When they told me you had departed for Zelphatal, I found that I could rest. The outcome seemed a mere formality, as did your safe return. Thank you, my friend.
fuck? I just got a text from an unknown number that was like, hey, do you want to come to for dinner tomorrow? I'll make spicy slaw bowls with shrimp and edamame. Sounds good, man. I don't know who the fuck you are. Get away from me. Get deleted.
I take it your mission was a success.
I've been getting a lot of wrong numbers, like, recently, and I don't know why.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alice. Why?
Yeah, how'd you...
During my travels,
How did
I
you
have
come to
often
know them?
enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
Good question.
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power. Death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
Yeah, Ascians. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's never confirmed if they have good asses, because a lot of them are wearing the stupid fucking black robes and you can't see what's underneath. Maybe they got some dumpies, who knows? But yeah, hey, also, Em, if you missed it earlier, I did get the package. I have put it under the tree, because I'm assuming it is a Christmas present.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alize and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
Hey, bud. I mean, we'll gladly take the help.
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father.
Yes or no, tough frogs? Of course we say yes, tough frogs. We love
However,
frogs.
I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
God, Thancred is so small. Granted, he's like the third tallest person in this room, but he is so small.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
I wasn't sure how long it was going to take to arrive. Okay, I see. But yeah, it is before, so hell yeah. I mean, you know, right before.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden.
Whoopsies, my bad.
But Alize, you...
I skipped the line. You have my word, is what she was going to say.
You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
You can't fight crime if you ain't cute. You can't go on those potato sacks, even if they do look comfy. Like Finn's beret, hell yeah. It really does help the outfit because she looks so different if I take it off. Like, this is a different vibe than with the hat. Also, I do like the detail that if you put the hat on, her, like, bangs get, like, smushed because it's being contained by the hat. It's just mostly your late-ass sorting stuff from early in the year, finally. Hey, man, better late than never. To think that the three of us plumbed into the depths of the coils and confronted Bahamut himself. Had I not been there, I would struggle to believe it. I do have to wonder what the fuck he talks about if you haven't done the coils of Bahamut. Shortly after we parted ways, I had heard that she had taken to the road on her own, apparently on a journey of self-discovery. Precisely where to, I never learned, though I suspect that was by design. Yeah, it has sure been a year. Stares at the things you haven't finished and thus haven't sent. Whoopsies. Yeah, it sure has been a time. So she has enjoyed the hearing tales of her exploits, did she? My apologies for keeping you waiting. Hell yeah, looking good. Tataru knows how to outfit people. Right then, shall we be off? Tataru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Praise the 12 she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. Ice skates and boots? Yeah, no, the twins' boots often look like ice skates, but I think they're just like really funky platforms because they are tiny. Do you remember that time at the studio when that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered, "The sister, please! She was not my..." Can we not have this discussion in front of the Warrior of Light? No, please have this discussion in front of the Warrior of Light. Give me the deets. Please. So be it. Another time, perhaps. To be honest, Verlona, I wasn't planning on seeking you out just yet. When I set forth on my journey, I did so with grand ambitions. As you may recall, I promised I would not disappoint you. Yeah, speak up, actually. Give us the tea. I need it. as one of the, like, oldest scions, it is part of my job to remind you two that you two are 16 and therefore I need to bully you on occasion. Affectionately. I pray you will forgive me if I do. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I've been meaning to ask about the carriage. Welcome to the fight. It's a pleasure to have you with us. New garments aside, I must say you seem different, more resolute than when we last met. You have the look of a woman who is ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself or any such. I am here today because I would regret it if I weren't. That is all. Fair enough. Let us depart for the Waking Sands then and see if Urianger can be of assistance. Pray return to the Waking Sands for the first time in a while. We have not been over here in so long. God, that combo of like the ear and the hand emotes. I know, yes, that's supposed to just be like, you know, somebody holding their hand up to their ear to like listen better, but it just reminds me of this one fucking like panel from one of the Pokemon manga, one of the black and white ones. I don't remember what volume. Where if any of you remember Ingo from Legends Arceus and how I mentioned that he's from the black and white games and how he has a twin brother Emmett, it's of the two of them, and the female protagonist is talking with somebody else. I don't remember who. I think maybe Bianca, who is like one of your rivals in the black and white games. And Emmett is like fuck, I forgot what he says exactly, but it's something like, I can tell there's an interesting conversation happening here. Don't mind me as I walk closer to eavesdrop, or something like that. And it's just like, bud. And then of course the next panel is like Ingo showing it up out of nowhere to grab Emmett by like the collar of his like shirt and like coat and being like, come back here. What are you doing? Fuck, I need to find that panel. It's so funny. Especially because later it's like the two of them do manage to have their conversation, and then one of the panels is Emmett like through one of the like doors of like the train, like listening through the window. Yeah, let me just get out my ear horn in full view. It's good. It's very good. Where's this fucking panel? I need it. Okay, I think this is a slightly different translation of the panel I was thinking of, but it's time for a troubled girl's conversation. That sounds so interesting, I have to hear it. Please don't mind me and continue. And then they're just like, get the fuck out of here. They're like, Emmett, get out of here. Like, not only is she pushing, but Ingo's hand is like, Emmett? Reminds you a bit of the Silent Hill FUFO ending, a little bit. I mean, it's just like the art style, I guess, kind of. Urianger, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Alphino, would it be that the scholar has seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming?
What bringeth thee and thine to here this day? Warriors of Darkness have...
That's right, boys. Mondo cool.
Hey, Nolly, welcome, welcome. Yeah, what's that shoe? Brings out gun. Fuck you. How dare you, shoe? The Warriors of Darkness have returned. Pray, allow us to explain. I too have heard tales of recent days of primals being rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives at this time: to identify and remove the source of the beast tribe's crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Ixal's plans before they came to fruition, I should be surprised that the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians did not have similar designs elsewhere by which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day did I receive tidings most troubling from across the Strait of Myrthor. Ogomoro stirreth, and there were whispers that the Lord of Crags neareth his return. Mere rumours, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou canst ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook, Fernona. Sure. Thank you for your counsel, Ariange. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. If I may, brother, Ariange, is there anything else you would like to say? Alice? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you're normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well, ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Order had the power to break down the barriers between planes, that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well-read as you, I am sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I have heard tale of a promising tome, the Gurun Oracles. Mayhap we could start there. She is 2 apples tall. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. We shall speak anon, Fernona. I prithee, attend to Master Alphino and Mistress Alice. If you say so, bud. Remember, we are friends. You can talk to Fernona. She's very good at listening. That had better be the sulfur. Come, let us speak with Commander Bloedin and see if there's any truth to these rumors concerning the Titan's return. That is not the voice I gave Alphino, but that's fine. 7 hells at this one. I don't have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever it is, we don't want any. No, I'm looking to look into the kobolds. I fancy that. Just when my kobold problems were looking to come to a head, the signs of the 7th dawn turn up, itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. Unlikely allies. Commander Bloedin is eager to put you to work. So our friendly neighbors in Elgonmoro have gotten much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted one sniffing about the stores just now, likely looking off to make off with an armful of crystals. I'll be damned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand and help us search the camp for the little bugger, would you? Sure thing. You've spoken with the commander, then? I sure have. Our Maelstrom friends seem noticeably more agitated than when we first arrived. Do you happen to know why that might be? A kobold snooping around. A kobold in the camp, you say? That would appear to corroborate Uriange's information, yes, but to be so reckless as to infiltrate a Maelstrom camp and draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there'll be time to think on this later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan's summoning. And that means fighting and questioning this kobold. Where is this tiny little kobold? I can't use the air very well because there's a fucking tree in my way. Yep, there we go. I was gonna say, it is suspicious how far out of camp the radius goes. And as far as kobolds go, that is a super tiny one. That is a baby. Come here, child.
Stay back! Away! Back! Far back! I'm not a... It's no use. Pointless. Hopeless. No use.
Come back here, you child. You little baby. You're so cute. Listen, I just want to talk. Why have you been snooping? Where the fuck did you go? Where did you go? Sir? Kid? Kid, where the fuck? Alvin, you have any help? Hey, Gold, did you time travel a little bit? Or are you saying that because it's a sneaking mission? Surely all this commotion cannot have escaped the kobold's notice. If he has any sense, he'll attempt to quit this place, will he not? You would think. But as I'm fairly certain this is a child, children are not the most rational. I am going to lose my mind. Where the fuck is the baby? Somehow, like, in the camp, are you? There you are! Sneaky mission, okay.
Please, don't hurt me. I only wish to talk. Yes, just talk.
Please, I also just wish to talk.
This was a stupid play. Stupid. But if I tell no one, then everyone will... Yeah, she found me again. What to do? I come in peace, only to talk. Speak, say, talk. So please do not hurt me.
So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. You could very well give one a bruised knee. Now we got him! Fine work, scions! So, little one, you thought you could sneak into my camp, did you? Planned to steal my crystals, were you?
No. I came to talk, to ask for help, but then when your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I...
Now, let's all take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What is your name, child?
Pikmin Gabu of the 620th Order. At least, I will be a Pikmin one day.
Well met, Gabu. I am Alphino, and this is my sister Alice. Felona, the woman who found you, is our friend. And now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Blowhedin here thinks that you wanted to take his crystals, Gabu, but you said you came to ask for help. Why to us and why not your own people? What happened, Gabu? Can you tell us? No one is going to hurt you, all right? Not while we're here. I promise.
The Patriarch, he's... The Patriarch is going to summon the Great Father again, and you have to stop him. Beat him, fight him, stop him!
Well, Arianji was right about Titan being on the mend.
Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others, but the Patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming, angry. He said that if they didn't have iron in their hearts, they would serve as coke for the furnace. And then the guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen any of them since.
Coke for the furnace? Hey, Boops, welcome. We're trying to help a small child. A little baby kobold. Also, Alice's back. I didn't want to believe it, but I have heard tales of foci fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. Push them? No, they're just baby. By the 12, that is sickening.
No one listens to Gabu, but no matter how much he cries, pleads, begs, cries, they do not listen, only talking about punishing the overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gabu loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too. So please, help Gabu stop the Patriarch and save his parents.
Commander, advise the Maelstrom Command that Titan's summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Kobold stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, you'll forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready, just in case.
I tried talking to the others, but they wouldn't listen, so even though I was afraid, I came here.
Do you know that there are collectors who would pay a fortune for Beastman ritual artifacts? It is perverse. Yeah, that sounds disgusting. I have faith that we may yet stop the ritual. We would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance had Titan manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 had mercy. They would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood. Brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gabu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. The beast then mourned at the heart of the mountain. Shifting nervously from foot to foot, Gabu struggles to meet your gaze.
I heard the Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them, and if we gather enough, he will return. That is why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe Great Father won't come?
Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where those crystals are stored?
I know. Several spots, each defended by a different order. Gabu wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come. Gabu will lead you to first cache. First cache.
Hey, the rain's done.
Whoopee.
That hardly seems fair. Then again, they have only themselves to blame. Pray, see the crystals. Elsie and I will stand guard for any errant patrols.
Quickly.
Do you have them all? Good. Lead on, Gabu.
This way.
I love Gabu. They're so baby. What are you waiting for? We stand lookout. You take the crystals.
If they find us, you'll protect me, won't you?
On my life. If I didn't know any better, I would say this crate was... This crate was what, Alphina? What do you see? Time is short. If you have the crystals, we should move on to the next cache. Did you hear me, brother? Brother! Aye, it's just that... I'm quite certain that the crate once bore Ishgardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all the traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Kurthis to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Vilbrand by another party, most likely a pawn of the Ascians, as Thancred speculated.
I don't understand. Who are the Ascians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too?
Never mind you about that. As Alice said, we don't have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gabu?
Yes, of course. Gabu knows the way. This one is last and very large. Very big, very huge, very large.
I like the way the kobolds speak. I don't know why. The repetition is fun. At least it's better on my brain than how the sylphs talk, constantly being like, this one, that one, walking one, steeled ones, gray ones, angry ones, and I'm just like, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. We should pick up the crystals and leave. Now. The kobolds could stumble upon our handiwork at any moment.
But they were here! Heaps and heaps of crystals!
Gabu said the cache would be here, but unless it is remarkably well hidden... It does not seem to be here anymore. Though you cast about for a time, you see no sign of the crystals. Confound it. What about you, Forlona? Any luck? Nope.
Nothing! But this cannot be! Gabu saw them! Spotted, saw!
Think, brother, think! They must have moved them, yes? The question is, to where and why? Within Olgomero, were they summoned Titan once before and mean to do so again? It is the only explanation.
What about Mother and Father and the others? We have to help them!
And we will, Gabu, we will! Stay calm, we still have time. They have yet to call out for the remaining crates, yes? If they had, then they would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe for the time stealth has passed. We must breach to the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There's no other way to prevent Titan summoning. But first, give me your crystals, that I might deliver them unto Commander Bloedin's custody. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. Yeah, taking them in with us would defeat the entire purpose of this.
Alphino is white. 'Twould be folly to deliver the kobolds to the very thing we sought to deny them.
Mother, Father, we're coming.
The crystals, Ferlona, if you would be so kind. Cache of crystals. Large quantity of crystals intended for Titan summoning. Of which I have 2. Hello, grenade. Do you fucking mind? Thank you. I shall deliver them to Camp Overlook for the safekeeping and brief Commander Bloden on the situation. Pray, go on ahead. As I recall, there's an aetheryte within Ulgomeril mines that should deliver you to the navel. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Pray, wait for me there. I shall rejoin you anon. Strange. I would have thought that you would be eager to remain in the thick of the action. But if this is what you would prefer, then Godspeed, brother.
This way, this way!
Into the maze. Let's see if I remember my way through. Because despite it looking like, oh, we just need to go to the right. No, we can't. No, we can't. This door does not work. We cannot go this way. There we go.
I hope the patriarch and my parents are there.
Ah, I take it this is the aetheryte we seek? Right then. As soon as Alphino arrives, we go. I trust that you're feeling suitably heroic, Ferlona. There's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. Take some drink before I have to do more kobold speak.
Quickly, you clots! Briskly, swiftly, quickly! I will not suffer any further delays!
I am probably burning up in here. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day.
Overdwellers here, but how did you... Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they?
Yeah, this is fine. That is not fine.
Mother? Father?
Coke for the furnace, you monster! How could you?
We are but servants to the Lord of Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he might draw upon the strength of his children and defend them from the tyranny of the Overdwellers.
No, Alice, not yet. I understand, Patriarch, I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair, whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering upon your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course. Cease your attempts to summon your god and work with us, together, to build a lasting peace.
Another piece to be abandoned at the Overdwellers' convenience! Oathbreakers! All of you! Liars! Betrayers! Oathbreakers! You take and you take and you take, and when you've had your fill, you sue for peace! You promise that this time is the last, until you grow hungry again!
He kinda has a point.
And when we dare defend ourselves, you declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live, that our god drains the land of ether and brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You have ruined your own lands. You will not ruin ours.
Okay, but primals do siphon ether from their surroundings. That is true.
I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Say something, please. Please. Please!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gabu?
Wake up! 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 Wake up!
Well then! Seven hells!
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Alphino! Leave him to me! Get carbunkled! We must away! The fucking carbuncle on his face! He's breathing and I don't see any injuries, but I can't seem to wake him. By the 12, how could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were like to find. His anguish and despair have served to birth a primal, just as surely as the supplications of the faithful. Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotion, this incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have one cause for optimism, it is that while many crystals were present, they represented but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual. Meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave him to bleed the land of ether, the stronger he will grow. Should Titan be permitted to leave Ogomoro, the more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops and the cycle will continue. Felona, you know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? Thank you, my friend. Alice and I will tend to Gabu. When you have finished with the primal, look for us in Camp Overlook. We will be expecting you. So yeah, this is a weird thing. We have the Titan in the naval hard. However, the naval hard is a Realm Reborn trial. It's a level 50 trial, even though the quest we are currently doing is level 60. It is interesting. In fact, I don't even need to read this thing because this doesn't pertain to this part of the story anymore. This pertains to when you're fighting Titan hard during a Realm Reborn.
Because when you fight Titan as part of the story for A Realm Reborn, you're doing the Naval Regular, which is a 4-person trial. The Naval Hard is basically just Titan again, but with 8 people instead. So that's what we'll be doing. And easy peasy. I forgot to summon my fairy. Hang on. Okay, pretty good. In fact, I think I can even skip this cutscene. It don't matter. Yeah, we don't need this. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. So yeah, as long as you Titan hard as part of the story here, Titan has unique dialogue. I said I'd come. I said I'd come. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. And it's what Gabu was saying when he found his parents dead. I said I'd come! I said I'd come! So yeah, just like in normal Titan, you don't want to be on the red ring because otherwise that's an instant death because you have fallen off. You don't want to be part of the punch because you get like knocked back and you take damage. You don't want to be part of the glowy circles. Those are danger puddles. Just, you know, a different color. All right, he's going to create a circle of bomb boulders that are going to explode in the order that they showed up in. So you, the safe thing to do is to find whichever one was second to last, and then move to where the first one exploded after it explodes. Mother, father, I can't find you. So yeah, first we need to destroy Titan's heart, but he's also going to pick one of the healers and imprison us. And it was me. And so we need our teammates to free us. Which they did, thank you. Wake up! Why? And also, like normal Titan, you do not want to be standing in front of him if you are not a tank. Because he has cone AoEs as his, like, normal, like, auto attack, which is bad. Right, next he's going to create a rows of bomb boulders that, again, are going to explode in the order they show up in. So you want to hang out with the last boulders and then move to the first boulders after they explode. I can talk. All right, he's going to freeze up that other guy. Let's free him, but then also don't get punched. Where are you? Where are you? And we don't need to do that. Easy peasies. It is very weird going back to being level 50 for a second, though. It is the only time they do that in the game, where they make you do content that is not of your level. Or at least it's the most notable example. There might be some random thing I'm not remembering. You're back! Gods, what a relief. Ah, there she is. Did I not tell you that she would return safe and sound? The deed is done then. Titan is no more. Good. There has been enough tragedy this day. He has been like that ever since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He's almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes? You have the right of it. But we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared the Ysail's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. We can but watch, wait, and pray. Okay, game, I don't think now's the time for fucking victory music. I know what happened. God help me, I was there, but the thought that we might have to... Seven Hells, he's just a child! Beneath a star-filled sky, Alphinaud would rather not worry about what may or may not come to pass. There's not to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which we may never come to pass. Let us tend to a more immediate matters, informing Commander Blowhedon of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? Will do. What the fuck is he? He's over here. Oh, you're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. Yep, I killed Titan. Go to head off to bed. Thank you for streaming. Yeah, thanks for coming and hanging out. Go get good sleeps. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men will be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom who hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, like, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that. Wit, my friend, sounds to me like the cause for celebration. Now I know you lot have places to be, but why not stay for the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. God, don't fucking call me that. Don't remind me of the company heroes. Where are you guys going? God, I wish that were our sky. God, I wish.
Who goes there? Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. So quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences. Yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way.
Again, I have to wonder what the hell the scene is like if you didn't do the coils of Bahamut.
My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not?
You don't often hear the second half of that quote. You only hear that first line. But yes.
Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the Warriors of Darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger, of you. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
Traveled far and wide with two companions, a city and a sail, who were under some rather unique circumstances. I had the pleasure to fight along Sir Emmerich, when Alphino and I at last came to the Dravanian hinterlands. Let's talk about a city and the sail.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk.
The party was constantly at threat of imploding.
I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
Your sister is fine, bud. Gabu is presumably as well. God, I want that to be our star, our sky so bad! Oh shit, you have a Jolly Rancher.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardour belongeth not unto the Asians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
Okay, could you maybe not kill me? I like living.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw her out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done.
Can y'all figure out who this is? We do know them.
Good a creed one cannot uphold. What hurts soothed. What lives saved. Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
The game's being fairly fucking obvious with who this is supposed to be. The way he talks, being a friend of the Scions, knowing Minfilia, mentioning Moonbreeder specifically. That mysterious masked elf is most likely Urianger. Which is also fun because I don't think, at least with the new VAs in English, he has been in a voiced cutscene yet. I think this is the first time he speaks with his new VA, which is a fun little added twist for English speakers, or like at least anybody listening to the English dub, to be like, who's the fuck? Because the voice actor swap only happens in English. In the original Japanese dub, there was no swap. So if anybody just remembered what Urianger sounded like back in A Realm Reborn in Japanese, they would have been like, wait a fucking second. But oh, Verlona, I trust you had a good night's rest? Well, it's currently still night, so who knows? I was but this moment speaking with Thancred and Y'shtola via Link Pearl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, they both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. So it seemed that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Emmerich believes it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in which case they are too flush with Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, might I suggest we pay Urianger another... Wait, where is Elisay? She was here a moment ago with Gabu. Oh god, where'd you go? Urianger is a Scion who we haven't actually hung out too much with in story canon, even though I imagine Verlona has a lot in, like, downtime. He is the tall elf guy that wears goggles and, like, a fucking potato sack and refuses to show his face. Let me guess, it is time to leave, isn't it? Yep. My apologies for disappearing again. If it is any consolation, I have already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Blow-It-In. Something tells me you're not here solely out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak nor eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance. And until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him. You needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you better secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned into a abandoned site worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, nor will Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to... And I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast onto the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much that your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them. And never, ever forget. Come along, little one.
I will remember them. And you, Alice. Thank you.
He speaks! Even if only once, he speaks! Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A thousand times over, there will be a reckoning. Pray return to the waking sands. Let's go talk to Urianger, who's definitely not doing anything sus. And double timing us with the enemy. Definitely not. Don't you even worry about it. Urianger, have you been up to anything? We have heard glad tidings from Olgomero, my friends. By the grace of the 12, you and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa Lominsa may rest easy. I would like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice.
Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Gurun oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the warriors of darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times they have succeeded. Then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as my lady Menphilia spake unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the sorcerer rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, and there to endure as one and none. Then if the warriors of light succeed, or if the warriors of darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die? In essence, aye. The verse spaketh of the renunciation of the flesh and the subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative. For if the first were to fall unto transcendent light in the manner of the warriors of darkness described, it would give way to a void where none may know either life nor death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such, at least, is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then... gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of a certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt. Unless thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Ascians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Rauger. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Elaine Royale's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet... it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Ascians, assuming they know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me, we must seek out the resistance group which received the crystals without delay. Frelona, Alice, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Of course. Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves. First hand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Okay. Alvino, Alice, Frelona, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were in the employ of, and I hope you're sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them, and the crystals too. What few remained, regrettably, it would seem that they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. 'Twas bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Amaric's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. And there I was thinking might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior Light and her little helpers. Why do you make me sound like I'm fucking Santa Claus? Wait a moment, there's more. And I defy you to not be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Elaine Royu, the infamous Ivy herself.
Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers, no one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Y'shtola next, but is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. Hey, then why does Urianger know? Hey, then why does Urianger know? Huh, bud? Huh, bud? Huh, man? Hi, man? Man? Why do you know? Why do you know? Pray, proceed with all due caution. For what end these refugees covet crystals remaineth to be seen. Yeah, man? Dodging the question, I see. What in the world has gotten into her? Twice now we have sought out Urianger's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, spent as much time at the Livier estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though, little Alamigo awaits. Urianger is being sus, and Alice is on to him. I imagine after that exchange of Thancred confirming that he hasn't shared the information, even Frelona would be like, oh, wait a fucking second, why does Urianger know? Still no sign of Thancred. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me, it has been a long day. Do you have something to say? Urianger, oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head. Now more than ever. Listen, Frelona, if anything should happen, should it be me who... Just know that I am prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. Alice, are you going to kill Urianger? Let us pray that someone will be willing to speak with us about the resistance. When we were free, Alphino is eager to get to work. So to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamigan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Frelona, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alice and I will do the same in the west. And afterwards, we can rendezvous here to share our findings. I mean, sure, but I think I'm kind of sort of friends with the leader who's over in the west. Should I not be the one over there? Well, let me guess. You come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamigan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few old dons to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Godlings won't stop until we're all under the yoke. The Griffin, you say? I see you there, going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems they're the talk of the little Alamiga these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they sent a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. And the last one I think is up here. Yeah, there you are. The Resistance? Damned if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to them.
If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the mask's bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. A man named Griffin seems to be about. Inspiring people to take arms. But not everyone. Well, that was easier than expected. There's not a soul here who isn't eager to talk about our masked friends. I suppose I should ask you what you learned, but I think I already know. All about a man named Griffin, or called a Griffin. This Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Olmegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of the Primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I am about it. Given that you and Gunnibald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead. Shall we? Take the lead, you say, as you then leave before I do. I swear to God. Someone teach this child manners. To hear people speak of him, the Griffin sounds like a man in his middle years. If that is the case, then what has he been playing at for the past 2 decades? If he's so devoted to the cause, why is he waiting until now to do something about it? Unless, of course, he hasn't... I actually don't know what the hell else they say in there. Naught would please me more than to be wrong about all this. As much as it pleases me to see you again, Fernlona, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. We're looking in the crystals and maybe the Griffin. The Griffin? I know of him. As do we all. He and his mask have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved to be a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. But even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes, weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. All right. Whatever could be keeping him? If he's taking the scenic route, he's leaving us to do all the hard work. Or if he's taking the scenic route, leaving us to do all the hard work, I shall treat him to a piece of my mind. Yeah, get his ass! Men who can inspire such fervor in their followers are destined to shape the world. In what manner, however, is not always clear, until it is too late. The young ones were led astray once. Help us ensure that it never happens again. For their sake. And for Wilred's. How the fuck do I leave? There we go. To the Temple of Karn! It's just right over here. Where are you at? Well, there's Alphino. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within. Hello, Gollum, with the very loud footsteps.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us, and they have murdered us, but no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands!
I don't know why the sound effect of him, like, tapping his chest with armor was like, so funny to me.
This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
Well, he's got away with words, so I'll give him that.
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
Oh, hey, it's them! Finally!
What are you two doing here?
With their new voices.
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but
Finally, we're reunited! Other than Minfilia, we have the Scions back! We finally did it! Minfilia kind of fused with God and half died. I don't think we're getting her back, but we got Ida and Papalimo! Of all the places to meet, it has to be fate. Mayhap it is my imagination, but you seem to be rather more rugged and world-weary than we last spoke. Oh, you don't know what the fuck we've been through, bud. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you! I thought it was pretty obvious you and Ferlona would be fine. The Crystal Braves never did have a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believed that, forgive me, but what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Oda, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some friends from the Resistance. That's right, they smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered them to help out with their operations for a little while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves and that General Robon had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. But having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. By your puzzled expressions, however, I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. We sure didn't! To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Curious, it is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. Ah, I should say that the man you saw was not, in fact, the Griffin, but an impersonator. A talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would seem, would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. Ida? Ida. Ida. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one, and mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Yeah, sure, Ida. Anyway, when we heard that the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the... to get a better sense of the man. For all the good it did. And now you have heard the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? We're looking into weird, like, crystals movements. Summoning? You cannot be serious! I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan, but the Griffin... Well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess, I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together. And if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is, assuming you'll have us. Of course! Welcome back! We missed you! Again, now other than, Minfilia, we're basically whole again. In retrospect, their tale is not so surprising. We had reason to believe that they had escaped with the aid of the Alamigan refugees, after all. Still, Tataru will be delighted to hear we have been reunited, once we have attended to the matters here, of course. Hello, are you also doing this quest? Do you honestly think he's planning to liberate Alamigo with the help of a primal? I mean, could he really be that stupid? Unfortunately, honorable heroes, Pablimo has a mind to learn of the Griffin's true intentions. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, then we must needs obtain confirmation while there is still yet time to act. To that end, I propose that we question his double.
Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates. Although he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mask's plans in broad strokes. Like the man he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alphino will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person. We will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part that we might maintain the charade. The charade? I don't know how Papa Limo would say it. Sorry about that, I didn't mute in time. You will need to look the part that we might entertain the charade. Until we have him cornered, at least. Here, this should be enough to perchance suitable garments from Tailbot. And have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? Nope, I understand. It all seems simple enough, thank you. And with that, Fernlone and I will be off. Our identities will be revealed, but it can't be helped. We don't have time for a cleverer approach. Tailbot has an assortment of affordable clothing to which he sells to the refugees. The sum in that sack should more than suffice, but if it and my name are not enough to secure his cooperation, pay him double. I shall see that you are recompensed. You got it, Papa Limo. Fuck, there he is. I can't believe this is at minimum, the second time we have pretended to be some poor adventurer. But don't look at me. You're the one with the sack of gil. You do have the sack of gil, don't you? I have it. Eh? You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Sack of gil, a heavy leather pouch entrusted to you by Papa Limo. Not all problems can be solved with a fistful of gil. For the rest, one must needs resort to a sack. Well, you're the ones with the gil, and seen as your friends at Papa Limo. There, tunic and slops for the both of you. Tailored and, treated to your tastes. Now be off with you, before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change and see you at the spot Papa Limo marked on our maps. Am I actually given these? I sure fucking ain't. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god, fucking New Game Plus didn't give them to me. New Game Plus didn't give them to me. But yeah, we also had to dress up as a poor adventurer with Thancred when we were trying to find Ifrit and the Amalja very early on. Where's closest fucking summoning bell? Guess in here? Are one of my retainers holding on to it? Fucking please. Hey, do you have it? I don't think you do. I don't see it. Nope. Okay, I'll take the money. Thank you. Do you have it? You sure fucking don't. Oh no. I don't think you would have it, but do you? That's a bunch of dyes. I have some... Why do I have fucking crafting things in your inventory? And then, yeah, no, that's nothing. Fuck! Shit! Okay, hang on. I got another idea. Where's the Calamity Scavenger? There you are. Nope, that's not the way. Item reclaim? No. Quest rewards? Not these. Not these. Why the fuck? Whoa, okay, Oh, there they are. Where the fuck are you?
You're in the armory chest! I need to go back to the inn room.
What a fucking diversion I'm having. I can't find the fucking clothes I need for the disguise. Because the game didn't actually give them to me. Wait, no, doesn't that mean that you are... You fucking were not there a second ago! Okay, never mind, I'm stupid. Yep, don't mind me, I am definitely a poor adventurer. Don't mind my boots and my gloves. I definitely have no money on me. Hey, Alfredo. Well, look at us, a pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking the chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And how we play the waiting game. Don't mind my boots or my gloves.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal.
Okay, good.
Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
Alright, so we're just immediately outing ourselves. Good.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal.
Then what are you doing with them?
We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
They're gonna just summon Ifrit!
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
Ida, don't. Okay, good.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Thanks, Papa Limo.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
Perchance?
Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago.
Yeah, that was a quest line. I don't actually remember where. If it was like Base of Realm Reborn or... No, okay, no, it had to have been Base of Realm Reborn because it was when we were trying to get, the, people at Little Alamigo to trust us, and I think, anyway. And yeah, one of the people was just, like, really sick, and so someone of that group, another guy, I think his name was, like, Merid or something, was just like, hey, can you, like, get medicine from my friend? And then we did. And that sparked the whole, like, chain of events that was just like, okay, no, they can trust us.
On behalf of my brothers and sisters,
I don't remember his name, though.
Thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
Galleon, that was it. Mefred needs your help to save a wounded comrade and wants you to get some long antelope horns to make an old Alamegan remedy. And thanks to your aid, Galleon is now has a much improved chance of survival. Slowly but surely, you are winning the trust of Mefred and his brothers in the Alamegan resistance. That was it.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the...
I'm fucking sorry? That is not my internet. That is not my internet, because obviously stream is still up. Hello? I swear to fucking God, this is a DDoS. Because we've been having a couple of DDoS attacks lately. Because, I don't know, people are fucking butthurt over getting their real-time money shit trading, like, caught. And I'm like, you guys are stupid. I always wait for a second whenever I'm logging back in after a DDoS, because if you come back in too early and the server's not back up and you can't connect on the main menu, the game just fucking closes itself for some reason, as opposed to letting you try again. And it's very annoying. So I just like wait for a minute and then I like attempt. Well, that's annoying. You gonna let me back in game, please? I beg? Log me out so I can get put in the fucking queue that's gonna be like several hundred? Please? Log me out? Please? Yep, there we go. Fucking Christ. Well, that's gonna take several minutes to come back. It normally takes like what, like 4-ish minutes, 5 minutes? So how are you guys doing today as we wait? I hope y'all are doing good. I mentioned this earlier, but for anybody who was just here, I will most likely have a stream on Christmas Eve. There will not be a stream on Christmas Day. And I actually still don't know if we're going to be traveling to go visit my like family or not during that like final week of December / first week of January. But even if we're not traveling, I probably might just take that week off anyway, just so that I have a break. So yeah, that's gonna be what the next couple of streams are like. Yeah, I should do it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Finish your work stuff so you can finally start your holiday. Hell yeah. Staying warm. Good. I am cooking in this room currently because I closed my door and my computer is generating so much heat. I don't know what it is about 14, but 14 takes a fucking lot of power apparently. At least with the settings I have on. I'm getting very toasty. Granted, I actually still don't. That's maybe not a good comparison because it gets toasty in here even when I was playing like other games for like Spoopy Month and stuff. This isn't when the PC has to work and I have to close my room. Oh boy. Fun. Yeah, I know this is gonna this is gonna take so fucking long, damn it. I was hoping that maybe we could finish up this patch on this stream, and then next stream is like wrapping up post Heavensward. And why maybe still be able to finish post Heavensward on Wednesday, on Christmas Eve. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this patch in one go, which is unfortunate. Thanks, DDoS. How dare you? Why this? Yeah, it's wild because when you get a DDoS in a cutscene, you have no tell that the game is freaking out. You're just suddenly like booted, like what happened to us. If you're in combat, like is what normally is happening to me when a DDoS happens, it's weird because like the boss will freeze and stop moving. All the other players will freeze and stop moving. You can still technically move, but any ability you do won't trigger a combo or actually fully go off. You're just like you can just do like the same attack forever and ever and ever. And it's just like an, oh no, I'm in purgatory, oh no. And then eventually it's like connection to server was lost and then you're booted to the main menu. And it's a nightmare. I don't even know why people have been doing this again. Like, people were doing, like, DDoS attacks on, last Tuesday, which was, like, patch day, and I'm just like, what do you mean you're doing it on patch day? You don't normally do this. What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't know what to talk about. Talking is not my thing. Hey, the funny number! The weird number! Hell yeah! Anyway. Oh. Sure, here's something. So yesterday I accidentally went down a rabbit hole with like my mom because I don't know what the hell set us off on this topic, but we ended up talking about like me being at like elementary school, like my elementary school years, and then I kind of remembered how I was in like an after-school daycare when I was in elementary school, just because like my parents like worked like way later than school let out, and so I was just part of that. And I remembered there being this like puzzle book slash Where's Waldo kind of book that was like fantasy-esque and had a very like detailed art style. And we would, like us kids would practically like fight over having turns on this fucking book. But I couldn't remember anything about it that would like help identify what it was, other than it was like fantasy and stuff. And eventually we figured out that it was most likely a like, fuck, what was it called? Like Earthborn, like fantasy quest book or something. But the problem is that they had so many editions of those with so many different themes and so many collections of their like things. I can't remember which one specifically it was. If I could like have the book in my hands or see pictures of the inside, I would be able to be like, it's this one. I recognize these images. But nobody fucking takes pictures of the inside of these books, and plus they're like super out of print because they were like from when I was a kid. I'm just kind of stuck in a purgatory. I'm just like, I am so close to figuring out what that book was. But the internet is failing me. I just want to know what this book from my childhood was. Because there was like a Dragon Quest, a Sword Quest, King Arthur's Quest, Star Quest, Big Book of Fantasy Quests, Fantasy Quest, the Ultimate Book of Fantasy Quests, and I'm just like, what the fuck are these? Which version did my after school program have? I don't remember. It was definitely at least Dragon Quest, I think. Because there was one site we found that had a page of the interior of Dragon Quest, and I'm just like, that looks familiar. I think it was that one. But the problem is that, as I said, there were also like several like compilation books that were like mushing like several books into one book. And I can't remember if it was maybe one of those. And then I made the joke that I was going to break into my elementary school and be like, where is it? Where is this book? Oh, hey, look, we're back in. Fucking finally. Why am I not in New Game Plus? Oh boy. Fuck, what line were we on? Because I can't just skip the cutscene. We weren't done with it. I know I can skip ahead until the griffin leaves.
You.
I can.
We have to take the slow path.
I'd like to.
Ah, you are.
Get out of here! Leave! Be gone!
You are wrong.
You've got. When people.
God, the worst part is I think that cutscene was almost over too when we got booted.
Hey, speak.
What proof?
What?
So we're gonna have a lot of dialogue to skip through until we get back there.
If there...
Man, it's still weird seeing Papa Limo without his, like, monocle or whatever he had.
Then Les.
I think it was a monocle.
Are you? Aye. You. On behalf.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not...
Okay, it was around here.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in your homeland's future teeters...
Okay.
You mustn't lose sight of that,
I think it was here.
Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
I swear to God, this was like the final line of the cutscene. I'm going to scream. I said I was going to scream. Fucking Christ. God damn it. Hey, Alphino. Hormil, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me. You cannot be expected to recall every name and face. And besides, it's not as if it matters. I do remember, because I looked it up. As long as you have I have long admired how you live in the present. How you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together, Filona. We must find and secure those crystals. There's no time for looking back. Can I get out of these fuck-ass clothes? One life for one world, Alphino would keep moving forward. Now, if we take Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zaharik, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. We must apprise Alice of all that we've learned. I will join you both in a little Alamigo after I have changed. Fucking get me out of this shit. Thank you. Put me in my clothes that are way too warm to be in a desert in. Ah, that's much better. Subterfuge was never my strong suit. You're prepared for battle, then? Kept you waiting, eh? My apologies. Where the fuck were you, Thancred? Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings? You mean to tell me that while we were all worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papa Lima were here all along? Well, Yashola would be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. Oh yeah, she is going to be so mad. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zaharik without delay. Agreed. If there's not else to discuss, let us depart at once. Who's spying on us? And so they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long, the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am the author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray there is a chance to be seized. That the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. Bud, what are you doing? What are you scheming? It's a solo duty. All seems to be calm here. Is it possible that we've been deceived? If you think there would be more obvious signs that something, or you would think that there would be more obvious signs that something was afoot. But if anything, the place seems quieter than I remember it. I have a bad feeling about this. Do I do this now or do I wait for Wednesday? That is the question.
Because I know there's also a long series of cutscenes after this. I mean, not a long series. I don't think it's worth the multiple sequences we'll play, or multiple cutscenes we'll play in sequence warning that the game gives, but it is something. What does the guide say? Because the guide sometimes gives things. Sequence of cutscenes and then since Spites is recommended set enough time, approximately 30 minutes. Nope, that's happening on Wednesday. This is happening then. Sorry, Alphino, you're just gonna have to stand there glowing for a couple of days. You'll be fine. Just don't look down and you'll be fine. You won't be blinded. So yeah, that is going to be stream. Thank you, DDoS, for ruining everything. Great. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Oh god, now here's hoping I can actually do everything on Wednesday. Because if I don't, that's going to be extremely awkward. Because I know for a fact ahead of time, I don't think I'm going to be able to go long on Wednesday. So if I can't finish within 5 hours, that's going to be real fun. I'll send y'all over to Cirque because he is doing more Silent Hill F. Where is he? What are you doing? What part is this? Hello? Is this early on and he's like... I don't remember. Anyway. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. I hope you have a good night, a good evening, whatever time it is for you. I hope you take care of yourselves, and I will see you all on Wednesday, hopefully. Bye-bye.